Ну что ж, ребята, всем привет, с вами Фертус. Сегодня мы с вами продолжаем проходить Genshin Impact. На предыдущей серии мы с вами прошли очень много легенд. У нас остались только вот эти 4. И остались, по сути, вот здесь 9 встреч. Но Линнет мы сегодня пройдем обязательно. Забыл, кстати, в названии подписать Ризли. Надо сейчас этот момент исправить. Так, одну секунду. Это надо точно исправлять. Так, сейчас все сделаем. Так, ну все. Все готовы вроде как, да? Думаю, можно начинать. Это я потом пройду вне стрима. Так. Ну, погнали. Так, ну, первую мы пройдем, наверное, Клоринду. Потом Ризли. Потом Сиджвин. А потом уже наших ребятушек-фокусников. Поехали. Так, куда нам надо отправляться? Угу. Ну все, погнали.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing. Huh? Do you also see Navia and Clorinde over there? They look like they might have run into some kind of trouble. Let's go check out what's going on.
Still no dice?
Not at all. And I've asked pretty much. Lynette's ears drooped as soon as she heard that we'd have to be out and about for days on end. And Fremine, he hid himself under his helmet as soon as he realized there'd be people around.
What about Chiori and Charlotte? I feel like both of them.
I've asked them already, but they're both pretty busy right now. I just.
This is getting pretty.
Navia, Clorinde, what's up? Oh my. Well, if it isn't my dear partners.
Huh. Navia?
Huh? Oh!
Yep, this is our chance.
Do you need our help with something? Oh, precisely. My dear partners, we've got a... Whoa, for real?
Absolutely. We've already exhausted all our other options.
Traveler, Paim, would you join us and play Marechaussee Hunter? Marechaussee what now?
It's a new game script by the Tabletop Troupe, a local roleplay adventure club.
Ever heard of the Tabletop Troupe? They put out games that allow you to participate in a story and roleplay characters with your friends. Oh, I've loved theirs. That sounds super interesting. Clorinde and I are both veteran members of the club. Recently, someone came up with a new... And when they asked, of course I couldn't refuse. I mean, come on.
Generally speaking, scripts at that level of development have a lot of issues, but I think this one is pretty solid. The author obviously put a lot of work in...
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I know I was the one that handed you the script, but some...
Anyway, the script calls for a team of 4. Ah, yes.
So, you're saying you'll help us out? Paimon and the Traveler are kind of a pack.
That's not a problem. I'll adjust the pace based on the actual number of players and ensure that everyone.
Well, Traveler, what do you think? Wanna play? Paimon will follow your lead.
Well, that solves our problem.
Woohoo! I'll go grab the script manager. The script manager? Didn't you just say that you gave—
The club introduced a completely new kind of gameplay for the script. In this iteration, the Game Master's version of the script is incomplete. The script manager provides the next part of the script only after players have completed the current. On top of that, in order to increase player immersion, the club has created some of the story's sets and scenes in real life. We'll only know where we should go once the script manager.
Wow, you're right! Whoever wrote this script really— And it's got a real healthy amount of suspense, right? I mean, even the GM doesn't know.
I look forward to experiencing it with you all.
Why don't you go meet up with the others first? They should all be waiting at Chioriya Boutique. I'll come over with the script.
Sounds good. Remember to always watch where you're going.
You say that like I'm 6 years old or— let me think. What kind of
I just hope you'll pick up some useful skills this time. Oh, and stop trying to persuade. Sorry to keep you waiting.
You're back! Huh? And you've got the Traveler and Paimon with you.
What a pleasant surprise. I assume you'll be joining us for the—
Linny, Farina! Paimon didn't know you were playing too. Are you also a member?
I'm more of a casual member, if anything. I haven't taken part in many formal club activities. Lynette Fremine and I play something similar at the Hotel Bouffe Tété sometimes. Still, I'm sure it'll be fun being a player for the first time.
Well, I'm not a member of the club at all. Clarion simply woke me up first thing this morning, said there was a good script worth experience.
If you're interested, I can give you a referral. That should give you a 40% discount on membership.
I think I'll wait to see how this experience plays out first. Especially when it comes to the Do you participate in a lot of tabletop troupe activities, Clarion?
You could say that. She's actually one of the few senior—
Right. I knew about that even when she was still my subordinate.
It's nothing.
Wow. Hyman's so used to seeing you be all upstanding and intimidating as the champion duelist. It's kind of hard to imagine you role-playing with the—
Surely you jest. I would never intentionally make things difficult for my players. I maintain a clear boundary between my professional and personal lives. The me you see at court represents the law and order of Fontaine. I put all but in my personal life, I'm just an ordinary person. Someone who feels anger and sadness, just like everyone else.
Well, you say that, but for all the time I've known you, I don't think I've ever seen you cry. I've seen you get angry, sure, but now I'm wondering whether you were actually—
I was
Is that so? Well, in any case, I just feel like—
So you want to see me cry? That might be a little difficult.
No, that's not— I'm back! Here, allow me to introduce you to the script manager, Mr. Florian.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Hello! Wait, are you a champion duelist?
Oh, no. This is just the costume provided by the club.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It's nothing. It's the least we can do to give the players a more immersive experience. Anyway, allow me to give you a brief introduction of the script. This script was adapted from the real history of the Marushose hunters. You all will play the role of hunters from a bygone era and resolve a series of
Paimon's not super familiar with the history of the Mar—
Oh, no problem at all. I can give you a brief rundown. So, basically, Marushose hunters were people who dedicate themselves to hunting monsters and protecting the city by using a Their story can be traced back to the ancient Remurian dynasty, as well as the first hunter. But I'll leave the finer details for...
Mm-hmm. And I'll provide additional commentary as the
In that case, brave hunters, are you ready to set out?
Whoa, just one sentence and it's like we're in the story already.
Aha, I see many a determined gaze before me. Very well.
So, as we follow the story, it leads us to specific scenes? Ooh, sounds pretty innovative. What does...
It's the exact location of the scene, as well as the formal permission to use. Please check all your belongings, everyone, and make sure you haven't forgotten anything. Once you're ready, please follow me to the...
Sounds good. Hunter Squad, move out! They really have thought of everything. Even the phaetometer is here. The phaetometer?
It's a card that's used to determine action success or failure.
And what about all the dessert and tea?
That's what the message said.
Really? That's so nice. Those snacks have Paimon's name written all over them.
I think you might be more of a snack hunter than a Mara.
Snack Hunter Paimon reported for duty. If there are delicious snacks to be found, Paimon... The desserts are great. But...
Very fair. First, please pick up the blank character cards in front of you, and write down your name and profession. You can find an abbreviated version of the rules printed on the back of your character card. In this story, everyone is a Marechaussee hunter. To reflect this, the club has prepared a...
Ooh, nice!
As hunters, you have proficiency in swordsmanship and fighting by default, so there's no...
Swordsmanship? So there's a fighting part to all of this? Paimon's not...
Why don't you share a character card then? The Traveler will be the Marechaussee hunter, and...
Kinda like it. So, for the name, do I...
Yep, it can be any name you like.
You can use your real name too if you want. I do that whenever I get too late. Oh, so it would be like a...
In that case, I think I'll continue to use the name.
Next up is the skill sheet. You have a limited amount of skill points that you can use to learn a number of skills. The more points you invest in a...
I'll take... Persuasion and investigation. Oh, those skills sound like they'd be useful for gathering intelligence. So, should we...
Not necessarily. Since we're working together as a team, we could leave the negotiations to Navia, and you... For example, I think I'll take stealth and sleight of hand. That will give us more options if we run...
Oh, interesting. I wasn't thinking about it like that. I suppose... Let me see... I'll take arts and performance. Well, that leaves us. What do you want to learn, Traveler? Oh, something that'll help you get a read on other people's thoughts. Sounds useful. Ha! Gotta say, this suits you really well. So what do you think? Are you sure you want to learn these two skills?
Let's see. Oh,
You've all picked such classic skills. It's fine to go a little bit out of the box.
why do I get the feeling she's getting ready to cause trouble?
For example, this one here. Summon. Doesn't it sound super mysterious and cool?
Oh, I saw that one just now as well. The description says, this skill can be used under...
The script's world-building rules, huh?
Oh, that's not for us to worry about, my friend. Just learn the skills that interest.
Alright, you've convinced Paimon. Let's learn summon then. Paimon can't wait to see what kind of thing shows up.
Well, now that everyone's more or less finished creating their characters, since 2 of our players are doing this for the first time though, let me ask. Would you like to play on easy mode or...
What's the difference between...
Well, in role-playing games, the story sometimes changes. For example, if you fail a check, that means you cannot use the target skill in that scenario. A critical failure may even result in further negative consequences. If you choose to play in authentic mode, every time you elect to use a skill, you'll... If you choose easy mode instead, every check will...
Given that I'd like to focus on the story...
Huh? Oh, come on. Don't worry about that. RNG is the life never knowing what you might have to overcome.
I'd rather be meant...
All right, then I'll mark down Farina for easy mode. All her checks will be successful by default.
What about you, dear partner? How would you like to play?
Are you sure?
Trust me, you'll see the beauty of RNG. Honestly, I don't think Clorinde would make things too difficult for us, no matter what the Fatometer says.
No promises.
That wasn't super...
Well, anyway, enough talk. Let's get started. I want...
Speaking of the story, why is the beginning scene...
Well, that's because a long time ago, back when human civilization was still in its infancy, powerful demons and evil sorcerers ruled over the land. They created a host of monsters and sent them to slaughter all humans in existence. Soon, a group of human rebels banded together. With their swords raised, they swore to brave the darkness, and in doing so, subdue each... Sometime later, as a member of the Marechaussee Hunters, you receive a commission. As you inhale, you can taste the slightly salty air of the docks. As you begin to survey your your eyes meet. And you realize...
You're all Marechaussee hunters too, right? Allow me to introduce myself. The name's Navia, monster hunter by trade, and helpful neighborhood businesswoman on the side. What say you to traveling together? We can help each other.
Okay, count me in. My name is Linny. I've been wandering since I was little and picked up a few less than legal tricks along the way. I was adopted by a Marechaussee hunter and...
Is this where you introduce your character? My name is Farina, and, I grew up in a noble family. I always had a strong and...
Hey, you can do it, Farina. That's exactly how it's...
Paimon is Paimon, a good friend and companion to this Marechaussee hunter right here.
I've been studying the culinary arts since I was a child. I hope my delicious food can help boost people's spirits.
That's wonderful. I'll be looking forward to your cooking.
Well, if we're all here for the same commission, why don't we take some time to confirm what we need to...
You open your envelopes at the same time. To the honorable and trustworthy Marashose hunters, the lands outside the capital have been overtaken by monsters, and our people are being...
Huh. The layout of this city looks super familiar.
The scriptwriter must have used a real-world city as a reference.
As experienced hunters, the layout of the city reminds you of places once traveled. You recall the sight of... Yet, as you regard the city in front of you,
I carefully read every line of the letter and turn my attention to the signatures at the bottom.
You see a long string of unfamiliar names. It would seem that many of the residents of the city issued this commission together.
In that case, why don't we take a... Oh, good idea. We might be able to get some leads on them.
You look up and see a tavern nearby. It appears to be open.
Why don't we go check out that tavern? If the novels I've read are anything to go by...
As you approach the tavern, you find a plainly dressed woman standing nearby. She appears to be rather troubled about something.
Greetings, friend. Lovely.
Oh, hello. I suppose you're right.
It seems like every character included in the script has a certain amount of useful information. Oh, come now, don't be sad. Life is all about optimism.
Huh?
I don't think that's... Nothing turns a frown upside down like good food. How about some macarons? You didn't even take cooking as one of your skill...
That's not necessary, miss. Excuse me for saying this, but you don't really look like...
So you're someone who barely smiles and doesn't like sweets. Hey! Did she just... Me? Clorian must have broke character first.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Are you sure? In that case, please refer to the fatometer.
Whoa, it was a success!
You remain silent as you prepare a pot and fire to use for cooking. The woman stares at you with her mouth agape as you skillfully cut the ingredients and toss them into the pot. After some time, a rich aroma begins to fill the air. Even a passing cat can't help.
Please have some food. Who knows? Maybe you'll...
Whoa! That's amazing!
Wait. So, as long as you pass the check, you can pretty much do anything?
Oh, thank you. You were right.
So, what had you so worried earlier? Could you tell us a bit more?
Okay. A horde of monsters suddenly appeared near the capital recently, so all the guards were dispatched to fight.
Do you remember when those monsters appeared?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is...
Do you know where he...
It all happened so fast. When we said our good...
You have our thanks, friend. We'll find and defeat those monsters as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Don't worry. We'll find him. We don't always get to choose what happens to us. But we do get to choose the little things, like what we eat and how we respond to the things life throws our way. I hope that...
I'll do my best. You bid farewell to the woman, and continue your journey further into the city. As you venture further into the city, the streets appear largely empty. An elderly woman walks past. You see her shake her head as she puts away her wrinkled wallet. A nearby merchant folds his arms and gives you a disdainful look. You get the impression that he's someone who has long gotten used to the sight before him.
Although he doesn't seem very friendly, merchants are usually a good source of information, right?
Pardon me, sir. I'd like to ask a question if I may.
That depends. How much are you willing to pay?
How about this much?
What do you take me for? Some lowly beggar?
Surely an onion can't be that expensive.
What do you know? War's nearly upon us. Everything costs several times what it did before.
Whoa, what a nasty guy. Maybe we shouldn't even bother talking to him.
But he still might have information we need. Traveler, can you think of something? Sir, we came to this city to solve the very problem you seem to be referring to. If you happen to be well informed and know a thing or two about what's going on, we'd appreciate it.
Well, things are basically as you said, young lady. Those monsters are camped outside the city, and they've been destroyed. We have limited reserves within the city, so if this continues, we're all gonna be in big trouble.
Wait, you're saying no one has put a plan in place to...
We could all starve, and those who knows? Maybe they've been in cahoots with the
That is concerning.
All right, that's all the information you need, right? Off with you now, I've still got business to do.
You know, if you smiled a little more, you'd definitely get more business. And I bet that would make your life just a little bit sweeter.
Should we try to go somewhere with more people?
Oh, how about the city square? Follow me.
Before you lies the city's central square. You see a man with a slightly anxious look on his face, pacing back and forth, his head hanging low. He doesn't seem to notice your approach. Still immersed in his own thoughts, he shakes his head.
This guy seems promising enough. Maybe I can get some information out of him. Hello, sir. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Wait, you're...
I'm...
Oh, dear goodness! You're a Marashose hunter!
You recognize us? Ah, are you one of the...
Yes! Oh, I didn't expect you to actually come! Oh, what great news! The city is saved!
What happened here?
Alas, we once lived comfortable, carefree lives. This city used to be free of monsters. However, monsters have once again surrounded the city. Perhaps the seal that kept them at bay has lost its power. Or perhaps an evil sorcerer has been meddling in our affairs. All I know for sure...
Are there not enough soldiers to drive?
It's not a question of numbers. The guards simply have no idea how to deal with them. Most people my age have never even seen one of the monsters, much less been trained to fight against them. When I was a child, though, my grandfather would tell me stories about how the Marashose hunters drove back the monsters. So, on the off chance that to be perfectly honest, I was starting to think all those stories were just tall tales. But now that I've seen you in person, I find...
Well, you can rest easy, friend. The righteous and formidable
The man is touched by your determination and resolve. His eyes begin to well with tears of relief.
Still, if we are going to hunt the monsters, we need to know where to find them.
All I know is that the area outside the city is dangerous. I'm afraid I can't point you toward us, but... although, if you leave the capital through the main gate and follow the road, you should run into a group of guards. They might know more about where to find the monsters.
I see. We'll go look for them then.
All right. Be careful. Oh, and one last thing. The monsters, they're actively working with the monsters, and have corrupted the court ministers with malicious magic. Even one of our kindest ministers is turned into a boorish and unreasonable figure, interested in nothing but enacting laws that exploit the people.
Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard...
I feel bad for him. Maybe we should try.
Hey, not everything can be...
I appreciate your kindness, but for now, it's more important. Brave hunters, I leave the future of this kingdom to you.
If I understood correctly, there are currently 2 problems in the kingdom that need solving, right?
Exactly. We need to defeat the monsters outside the city and take down the...
But which problem should we tackle first?
Well, this seems like a good moment for a break. Take some time and discuss...
I really didn't expect the people in the city to keep us at arm's length like that. I totally... Well, Clarinde said the script took cues from the real history of Fontaine, right? Maybe the real life...
I wouldn't say it's a perfect representation of history.
Sure. As long as it doesn't spoil anything in the script. You brought up bits and pieces of the hunter's history.
Paimon wants to know too! The hunters were super powerful, right? Were they all from a special line of supernatural...
No. All Marashose hunters were ordinary mortal fighters. The only thing that set them apart were the special
Huh? So you mean anyone could become...
In theory, yes. All you would need to do is survive the rigorous training and master the swordsmanship technique. Still, most people dropped out at the early stages, and others called it quits the minute they saw a monster in person. To become a hunter...
What kind of monsters did the hunters fight exactly? Oh, and the evil sorcerer, the script...
The land of Fontaine once played host to an ancient dynasty known as Remuria. After that dynasty fell, monsters began. One of the ancient sorcerers of Remuria used his power to assemble a formidable army of golems. He sought...
Now wait a second. Don't tell me that guy was the inspiration for the evil sorcerer in the script.
Well, I wasn't planning on going into anything you might be able to find out in the game. But if you want me to talk about something else...
Wait, but those people are all from a super long time ago.
From my master.
Huh. My master?
Is someone...
Absolutely. Miss Petronia and my father were good friends.
Let's not get off topic. Responding to Egeria's call, a number of warriors followed Cassiodor into battle against the Yet, as Fontaine entered an era of peace, their work gradually became obsolete. The Marashose...
Ah, I see. That explains why most of the people in the script...
Is that really a bad thing, though? It can get...
Depends on who you ask, I suppose. If the name of the organization no longer...
Speaking of investigations,
I vote monsters. That's the main duty of the hunters, right? We can come back to...
Well said, Miss Farina. Plus, if the sorcerers really are the masterminds behind this whole thing, defeating the monster...
What about you, partner? What do you think? I mean, you're not wrong. But those characters are usually the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes. More often than not, we don't want a total party kill on the first day, right? With Clorinde as the GM, I wouldn't rule... Then it's settled.
All right. After some discussion, you decide to turn around...
Let's take a look around, like that guy said.
You there! Outsiders, halt!
Who's there?
An armored man approaches you. He has a tall, muscular build, although he's trying his best to conceal his current state. His uneven gait and the sweat dripping down his forehead. I'm the captain of the guard. I saw you sneaking around the city earlier. State your purpose, or it's off to the dungeons for the lot of you.
Wow, it's been a while since someone...
I said talk, not whisper between yourselves.
Have you ever heard of the
Marachose hunters? Ha! That fairy tale, you mean? What, you expect me to believe you? While everyone is talking, you begin to carefully observe. Every so often, you see him glance toward a particular direction, with a pained expression on his face. As you follow his gaze, you vaguely recall that the location he seems fixated on is known for its difficult terrain.
Wait, is that where the monsters are? Outside the forest?
The captain is taken aback by your sudden question. You're looking to fight the monster?
Well, we're Marachose hunters after all.
He shakes his head and continues to regard you with skepticism. In the end, those monsters aren't easy to deal with. But if you insist on going, I won't stop you either. I just hope all the guards will be able to come back to their families alive. I wish...
Based on what the captain said, the monster should be right up ahead. Let's go. Hopefully we're not too late.
As you approach the battlefield, you see numerous people lying by the side of the road. They appear to be dressed like guards. Their faces are filled with desperation and terror. Some are screaming and cursing in vain, as if still trying to banish the monstrosities they saw from their minds. A few of the wounded look up at you in shock and disbelief. Quick, leave this place. Turn around and don't look back, they yell.
This is the place he mentioned, right?
You see broken iron swords scattered all around you. All the signs point to one thing. A truly...
Be on your guard, everyone. The monsters might...
Before you can finish your sentence, you hear rustling sounds from the surrounding bushes. The monsters have emerged. They close in on you without fear. You get the impression that, in the...
A little help here! This thing wants to eat Paimon!
Your battle round begins.
Prepare to be blown away!
Here comes the finale. Stay calm, stay calm.
The next battle round begins now.
Faster, watch out! Hiya! Let my name echo in song!
Now disappear.
The monsters let out a terrifying roar of anger and resentment before dissipating.
Ugh, thank goodness it's over.
We're lucky the Marachose Hunter class came with all those preset skill points.
I never knew the phytometer even determines the amount of damage you inflict.
That's part of the fun. The uncertainty...
Just as you begin to celebrate your victory, a suspicious lump on the ground catches your attention.
A suspicious lump. Wait, could...
I walk up to it, crouch down, and begin to carefully examine it. I've still got my right glove on, so...
As you investigate the mound, you discover that the exposed portion appears to... With the monsters gone, the small protrusion now awaits your discovery. Poking...
Whoa, it's a treasure chest!
With everyone's help, you successfully excavate even without opening it. You can tell from the mora and jewels scattered around the chest.
Makes sense. We worked hard for this. Let's open it. We can share it.
I can understand your excitement, Paimon, but think about it. Doesn't...
Yeah. Think about all the people suffering in the capital. Or all those guards who got hurt fighting.
Wait, is that how it works? Paimon thought since we were the ones to dig it up, we could just take it.
Well, let's put it this way. Any decision you make during a role-playing game
But would the people really believe us? It's hard enough for us to prove we're Marchese hunters. What if they think we procured the treasure illegally?
That's definitely something we should consider. Maybe we can...
Well, if donating it could cause that much trouble, why don't we use it to...
Looks like you're facing a difficult choice once again. Well, it's getting late. What?
Wow, where did the time...
I'm not sure if it's because I'm having so much fun with you all, or because the story is particularly...
Here. Ooh, how about we...
Yeah, that won't work for me either. Lynette will give me...
I understand how you feel, Navia, but we have to change venues for the next part.
Huh? Another...
There's a special note for the GM at the end of this section that says to proceed to an indoor set for the next part of the script.
Whoa. They really pulled out all the stops for this new script.
Well, even if we end the game for the day, we can still stay a little longer and hear Clorinde finish her story. Something tells me you just want to finish... That's just a coincidence, okay? Besides, the Paimon... And anyway, Paimon really does want to hear...
Well...
It's nothing. I appreciate the concern, but it's all in the past. My earliest memories are of living with Master. According to her, she saved me from certain people of ill repute.
What a heavy...
Master was a fascinating individual. If inexperienced, my first ever toy was a short sword. Although I suppose it wasn't so much a toy as something Master removed from her waist and handed to a noisy child in need of distraction.
Oh wait, so she handed an actual sword to a child?
Of course I did. I cut my palm and bled quite a lot. But Master was not See, that's what you get for not holding the sword properly, she told me. She then crouched down next to me and said, "Give me your hand. I'll teach you to bandage this wound."
Excuse me for asking this, Clorinde, but...
Probably around,
3? Isn't that when most kids are still struggling to hold a fork?
As I said, Master was rather inexperienced in the ways of raising children. She believed
I'm not so sure this is a question of experience.
I didn't see anything wrong with her ways at the time. And anyway, children don't get to choose how they're raised. Oh, she did bring me...
A Geovicious hatchling? For a pet? That seems even more dangerous!
What she said was this: make sure to get along, you two. If you really can't agree on something, just settle it with a
And how old?
5.
Well, did you...
No, I lost.
So, you're saying you actually became...
Yes, but only for a week. By the end of that week,
That really doesn't sound like the kind of childhood someone...
Later on, I gradually understood that Master most likely didn't know any other way to raise a child. She was a Marechaussee hunter, but I never... Thanks to her, I learned how to navigate the forest by the age of 6, and could hunt monsters in the wild by myself. Even though the training she subjected me to was strict, she always made sure to take me traveling when she had the time. We met
I still remember the first time we met. You were too scared to join our picnic and hid behind...
I still hadn't really met many children my age.
After that, though, you started coming over a lot. You loved challenging people to shooting competitions, remember?
I had a lot of fun during those days.
I enjoyed them too. Oh, do you remember that one time we went exploring around the Spina together? We tried to pretend like we never heard anything, but you nearly let it slip that
Protector of Justice. Oh, wait, you mean that vigilante?
Yep, that would be her. She often would put on a black cloak and go out at night. I never knew where she went or what she was doing.
20 years ago, huh? I still remember the guards leaving all kinds of witness. Oh, there's no need to apologize. You had nothing to do, although calling herself the Protector of Order was a bit much.
Huh? When did the Protector eject?
Oh, she had a bunch of code names. I heard later on, she probably got sick of answering those questions and decided to stick to just two.
That sounds like her, all right. I bet she forgot which of the two she'd used by the time she got...
Well, she certainly sounds like a fascinating individual.
It's true. I always wanted to become like her.
But...
She suddenly disappeared the night I turned 10 years...
Disappeared? What?
I have no idea. She didn't even leave that night. I was celebrating my birthday at Navia's house. But Master never came to pick me up. When she still didn't appear after a few days, I went to Mr. Callus's house to ask about her whereabouts. But
Papa probably didn't know either. I know he sent a few people to investigate the matter in secret, but...
Don't worry, I understand. To be perfectly honest, just like how, when a litter of kittens reaches a certain age... I was at first, but not anymore. I don't...
Well, despite everything, you still managed to follow in her footsteps and become the greatest champion duelist in...
I suspect my position would be far too by the books for her. Master all...
Who knew Clorinde had such an interesting past? And I wonder... if Clorinde's master were the champion duelist... Oh no. Judging by the atmosphere, Clorinde and Navia are...
Well, anyway... Would you look at the time? It's getting dark.
I had a great time today, Miss Clorinde. Thank you for being our
Anytime.
The script was good, but I've got to say, Hey, you should tell us more about that fight against the Geo-Bishop sometime.
You could be right.
What does she mean, on to something? I certainly guess I'll head back as well. I need to save my energy.
You're that excited to hear about my fight with the bishop?
I was talking about...
Let's go meet up with the group! Paimon's really looking forward to...
Looks like everyone's here. Now, before we begin, why don't we finish where we left off yesterday? There wasn't a...
Is that really the most important part, though, Clorinde? Have you walls, cold railings, dim lights?
I admire the work put into the set. Still, it's obvious this...
So this set is going to be a part of...
Unfortunately, that is something I can neither...
Anyone think Clorinde's smile is starting to look...
Well, whatever happens, we'll just have to push on. But first, we should really figure out if we're worried about arousing suspicion because of our identity. Why don't we give ourselves a different name, just like Clorinde's master did?
Yeah, it might be better to keep a low profile. As long as we're helping people,
Staring at me won't get you anywhere. Or did you...
Oh, Why aren't you saying anything, Navia? What?
Oh, this is the short sword Cloran mentioned last night.
Huh. I'm surprised.
Well, I made sure to take good care of it, considering the... Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. I was just thinking about all the potential ways for us to break out of prison.
Wait, we haven't been thrown into prison yet.
Well, it's only a matter of time. It pays to be prepared. Just like how you should always have an umbrella on hand.
All right, Paimon's made up her mind. Let's just give the treasure away. Paimon may have wanted to keep it, but if it's going to land us in prison somehow, Paimon will be too upset to enjoy her snacks.
So, you reached an agreement?
Oh, and we'll collect all the scattered pieces of treasure on the ground as well.
All right. You collect the treasure and make your way back to the capital with your bag of loot. The city is still shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere, but your spirits are surprisingly high. In places where sunlight struggles to reach, you generously share your wealth with the children, the elderly, and the...
Thank you, kind soul.
The elderly woman's look of gratitude follows you as you walk away, her eyes never leaving your back until you move entirely out of sight. However,
She's probably trying to tell us to speed this up.
Should we go find that man again at the square? He seemed like a pretty responsible guy.
Oh, good idea!
just as you start to make way to the square, intent on finding the man again, there's a voice. Please wait, distinguished guests. Several strange guards suddenly call out to you. They run forward to meet you, and
Greetings, gentlemen. Are we being invited?
surely you jest, my lady. That would not be our place. It is His Excellency the King who requests to meet with you.
Do you...
Well, we have to investigate the court at some point, right? Meeting the king himself would be a...
I say we go for it. If something happens, we'll just...
That sounds a little
After a quick discussion, you nod to the guards and agree to follow. They lead you all gilded tables line both sides of the hall. The space itself is adorned with all manner of expensive antiques, glass shelves, and silver candlesticks. The items appear quite ordinary.
Wow, it's so
The elderly king, clad in a magnificent robe, sits. He wears above his head a majestic crown, with a gemstone the size of a bird's egg set right at the very front. As you observe it, They're here, your majesty. A man dressed in dark clothes, likely a minister, shields his mouth with his hand. After a moment, he lowers his hands and stands back up. His gaze
The king does not appear entirely aware of his surroundings.
The king remains still and says, Esteemed guests, allow me to thank you for coming to our faraway kingdom. Unfortunately, His Majesty the King finds himself quite... I've heard tell that your group, the Marechaussee Hunters, used your exceptional ability with the sword to repel the monster. However, seeing that I was not fortunate enough to observe such a feat with my own...
Well, we've got nothing to hide. You brought us here to talk, right? So we'll just explain. The golem's blades were so powerful, they could cut down trees in a single swipe. It took a lot of effort to do. Well, there was enough details, right?
Your account does indeed match those of the survivors. Since...
Well, we did take...
How did he know about the treasure?
Then I must ask that you return it at once.
Wait, but didn't you just say that our great deed deserved a reward?
Yes, that was indeed what I said. But only that which is freely given by the king can be considered a reward. Taking the...
But that's completely unreasonable. Yeah, that makes no sense. If it weren't for us, the treasure would...
Maybe so, yet the fact remains. You tried to dispose of the treasure without reporting it to the court and without receiving... What, no answer? Surely you're not insinuating that you...
Well, what about the king? Is he just gonna let this guy...
Clad in his magnificent robe, the king remains seated, with his hands resting on either side of the throne. His posture is rigid and unmoving. He's...
From the look of things, could the Prime Minister be...
I would like to observe the number of guards stationed in the hall.
The guards in the palace appear fully armed, their expressions solemn. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room,
Well, there goes my plan to turn the whole place upside down, I guess.
it appears we've been visited by nothing more than a group of ill-intentioned imposters. Before I decide your fate, however, I must first determine whether...
Can't we try to slip away? Or maybe start some...
But if we try to fight the guards right now... Don't worry. At least we figured out who's behind all this. Let's just play it by ear. If you're scared, Paimon, just hold my...
Thanks, you guys.
You allow yourself to be led away by guards surrounding. It's only when you begin to feel drops of water falling from the dungeon ceiling and smell the stench. Stay here and don't try anything. The guards lock the cell door and leave without looking.
Wait, sir!
Your voice echoes through the dark hall, but the only response you
No!
We'd carve out a new path of fate with our own two hands, of course.
You reach toward your waist, but find nothing there. You now recall that your weapons were confiscated before the guards locked you in.
What about that knife I hid in my...
When did you hide it in there?
When I was thinking about digging a tunnel.
Rejected. You failed to inform the GM of this course of action. Moreover, the guards would have conducted a thorough search.
And the keys to the cell aren't anywhere to be seen?
Correct. You don't even feel a lock hole on...
Well, there goes all...
Indeed.
Huh? Why are you the one saying indeed?
Because that statement holds true for me as well.
What? But that's a terrible ending!
Generally speaking, this should be the point where the scriptwriter...
I mean, maybe they just really wanted us to be immersed in the feeling of being...
That is a...
If only there were desserts and tea in real prison. Oh, wait, guess...
Oh, before I forget. Navia, I took a closer look, and the craftsmanship doesn't appear to resemble anything...
Wait, Cloran said that sword used to belong to her master, right?
I doubt it. The way she went about things often made her seem childish more than anything. I'd say the sword was most likely an...
Hang on. A precious heirloom passed down to you by your
Master left many things to me when she disappeared. There was the sword, an old key, and a good... I gave you the sword back then, because...
Wait, when did this happen?
After the duel. Between me...
Before that, Clorand would have meals with us and even stay over at the Spina some days. After the duel, though, there was a period of time where we simply didn't know how to face each other. We were both sad and conflicted. And whenever I looked at this sword, I couldn't help but wonder if Miss Petronia had never back then, it felt like I hadn't just lost...
No one can change the past. The most important thing is that...
Yep, you're right.
I'm sorry, you two.
Think nothing of it.
Looks like the next part of our script is...
Perfect timing. The situation was... From Cloran's face, Paimon really can't tell if it's good news or bad news.
Water continues to drip from the ceiling. In this... Eventually, you get used to the unpleasant odor of straw, mold, and rust. And find your... Suddenly, you hear foot...
Heads up, everyone.
Gather close, everyone, and keep your voice down.
Who are you?
I work as a guard in these dungeons, but my true identity is the same as...
Huh?
Shh! I've already sent away the other guards, but
I understand, but how can we be sure we can...
the king has issued a formal decree. In light of the irrefutable proof of your crime, you're to be executed.
Executed?
Monsters appearing at the same location as the treasure.
There will be time for speculation once we're out of here. As for my identity, I have no... Infiltrating the capital was difficult, and finding a chance to speak with you has taken a lot out of me.
Have you seen our weapons anywhere, sir?
Don't worry, I brought them with me. They're just behind the door. Still, these weapons alone won't be enough to defeat his faction is too powerful. The guards are all under his control. To defeat him, you must find a secret vault. It is said that within that vault, the Marashose hunters of the past left behind a treasure with the
You're not coming with us?
No, I'll remain in the dungeons to deal with the guards. I'll try my best. As long as my identity is not revealed, I'll be able to aid you.
In that case, please...
Thank you for your concern. I will do my utmost. As for the location of the vault, here.
Got it.
All right, once I open the door, remember to stick close and refrain from making any noise. I'll lead you. You now have the chance to restore the honor and legacy of the Marashose hunters. So please, get out there and be sure to exercise.
With the help of the guard, you successfully escape the dungeons.
Wait, we didn't get to use our skills at all while we were in prison. Who knows when we're gonna get the chance to use that cool throwing spell?
That is a pity, but we can only continue to move forward.
This should be the place marked on the map.
This bit of rock certainly looks...
Well, I'd say an investigation's in order then.
Wow, you really...
Before you lies a serene stretch of open water.
Well, guess this means... Oh, what's the matter?
It's nothing. As you step into the cave, you find yourself in an eerie...
Wow, this must be where the treasure is hidden. But this door is blocking our way in. Huh. It almost looks like...
Huh. What have we got down here? A kind of mechanism.
A pattern on a stone door. That's some...
Is something wrong, Clarissa?
After a long, difficult journey, you finally arrive at the location indicated by your map. Your surroundings are exceedingly quiet and serene, as if the secret that slumbers here has never once been disturbed.
That description makes Paimon feel kinda bad.
We're doing this for the sake of the people, to free them from the evil sorcerer.
Linny's right. We need to keep going. The next part of the story requires us to solve the puzzle, right?
Yes, that... Something feels off about all this.
I found something!
Found something here, too.
Same here. It worked!
Something just appeared.
By solving the puzzles, you prove yourselves worthy of at the end of each puzzle,
With?
a key.
Oh, it must be the key to the big door.
Huh? This is one of the Marechaussee Hunter keys that are passed down from generation to generation. It is said that 4 keys in total are required to form the final, complete key.
Huh? What's wrong?
You hear a few strange noises. Suddenly, all the torches...
What's going on? Did we fall into an...
For the sake of immersion, please close your eyes, everyone.
But Paimon can still see a little bit over here. Oh, right. Sorry.
Suddenly, you hear the sound of...
There's someone else here. Oh, this is so insane.
I've been discovered then.
Wait, that voice, it's...
You recognize the voice as belonging to the guard who led you to this place. It appears he now covets the
Oh, so this is just part of the script. Well, if we can't see anything, that means we can't fight to the fullest.
Judging by the way he's holding his sword, he must be a real Marechaussee Hunter.
Retreat! That's not the Hunter way. If it's dark for us, then it's dark for him.
Your choice is noted. Please keep your eyes closed until I tell you the torches have been relit.
You got it!
Well then.
I'd like to try to hit him with my sword.
Is he still standing? Goodness,
Is it over? Can we open our...
The enemy is strong and relentless, but the battle is nearing.
What about now?
Final strike. Ha!
well, did we get him? Glorian?
Warm fire flickers across the walls once more. Your vision is now clear. In an impressive display of courage, the 4 of you successfully defeat that look in his eyes. It's like he became an entirely different person as soon as I defeat.
Huh? Mr. Florian? Oh, wait. We're supposed to be role-playing. Speak your name, guard. Why did you lead us here? Is this treasure really more important to you than bringing...
What kingdom? What peace? I, Florian, am a true Marashose hunter.
So he's also using his real name. Or, wait, was...
Then I'm even more confused. If you truly are a Marashose hunter, shouldn't you want to help us just like you said before?
What do you know? In this day and age, there's no glory to be had as a
What's that supposed to...
My skills were passed down to me by my father. We lived a life of obscurity in the room. And what did he get in return? A life of poverty and pain. And the Marashose hunters were the ones who saved this city. We're heroes!
Is he talking about how no one in the capital seems to remember the hunters and their legacy? I didn't... So that's why you want to take the treasure for yourself? You feel like you're...
If you already knew where the treasure was located, why didn't you just come down here and take...
Because I still need...
Only a true Marashose, as someone who sought to hurt others for his own gain. Florian.
Okay, but what is this treasure anyway? We've got all the key...
You're sure you want to go in?
We've been talking about it for so long. Of course we want to... And we've already defeated Florian, right?
Test...
Watch yourself.
Then let's open the door together.
All right. Your choice... Before you, the door to the treasure, sealed and undisturbed. You hear the shrill wail of the door hinge as it rotates for the first time after years of disuse. Almost like a sleeping giant letting out an extended...
It's open! Come on, let's go in! Paimon wants to see what's inside! Ooh, me too!
Ugh, uncovering hidden treasure is the most exciting part of adventuring.
A stone tablet? And some shabby weapons?
You call this a treasure vault? Looks more like an abandoned warehouse.
Maybe the troop ran out of budget at the end?
They provided a super immersive experience at the beginning only to drop the ball at the most important part?
Wait, I get it now. Paimon, this is...
This is it? The Marashose hunter treasure is just...
Whoa, are you okay?
The Marashose hunter before you appears to suffer a serious mental breakdown. One of you seems to understand the significance of the treasure already. If the rest of you wish to follow suit, you may remain here. So, how are you doing?
What just happened?
Do you remember how you got here?
I remember now. I brought you here because I wanted to... The explosive...
You mean these?
Huh? How did you...
I could tell something was off the moment I stepped into this cave, so I kept an eye out. I've already dismantled the whole thing.
So the strongest champion duelist in all of Fontaine saved the day once again.
I deserve some answers, don't you think? Everything you said earlier sounded like the truth. Luckily, your monologue was dramatic enough to convince my friends you were just
I don't know. I just always felt like there was something in my heart that didn't belong to me. Something agitated and angry. The feelings about my father and the other Marashose hunters are real. It just wasn't fair. I was angry. I don't know when it started, but at some point, my anger came to completely consume me.
But if the treasure was all you cared about, why plant all those explosives? Wouldn't they just destroy the treasure and bury...
I can't remember. My head is a...
From your description, I suspect you were dealing with a
Devorator?
Oh, your master... your father, I mean. Never talked about it?
No, I've heard of it. I'm just not sure why you suddenly... Wait, it can't be.
The seal?
My family has served as Marashose hunters for many generations. But the title and my father instructed me to always watch over that seal and maintain it regularly. He said it had been passed down over a truly... But I neglected that duty after he died. I finally decided to come down and check on it one day.
The Devorator would be a formidable adversary for any mortal being. If you lacked the power to completely destroy it, you could easily fall prey to its influence and corruption. In light of this, some Marashose hunter...
I heard it has the power to amplify the obsessions and desires in people's hearts, to the point where they overtake you in time.
And yet, you were able to retrieve 3 of the 4 keys. If I remember correctly...
One of them belonged to my father. The second I stole from a different hunter. And the third... I know just how strong you are. It's as clear as day to everyone in Fontaine. I observed you from dusk to dawn, but could never find any opportunity to sneak up. The only way I could think to obtain that last key was to lure you here using your hobby, and then... Oh, I get it now.
I won't comment on anything.
Well, I did pour my heart and soul into it. The stories my father used to tell me about the glory of the heroic Marashose hunters.
It's more than just a story.
Huh?
You're proud to be a hunter. You're still holding onto that part of yourself.
I have done so many despicable things.
Then explain the purpose of the evil sorcerer in your story. Isn't he the true antagonist? The one who sought nothing but his own gain, and used the people as pawns to attain it? In your heart of heart...
But I've already tainted my sword. I know...
Wake up, Florian. Remember how you introduced your... Do you really think the hunters acted out of a desire for honor and glory? Or to be loved and... You do not wield your sword for yourself, but to protect those you serve. Do you still not understand? Even after seeing the treasure for yourself?
You're right. I am a Marashose hunter.
I wouldn't be so quick to push aside the need for a...
I know. That's a charge I...
Good. Then, come with me, and help me see the script through to the end.
Huh? See the script through to the end?
Never finished it, huh?
No, I mean, I wrote the script with the sole purpose of luring you all...
Then we'll just have to keep writing it. The evil sorcerer...
You mean the Devorator?
Is that really so hard? You've already written most of it. Surely you can write an ending where the hunters win and justice prevail.
You aren't afraid your party will fall into danger?
I know what my friends are capable of, and they're all quite skilled.
Then, are you going to tell them the truth about all this?
I don't intend to spoil the fun. Sometimes, protecting dreams and
They're back!
That took a while.
Ahem! My fellow Marashose...
Tone it down.
Sorry. After crossing swords with you and witnessing your courage in battle, I've rediscovered my...
Oh, do I...
I confess, I was brainwashed by the evil sorcerer. He asked me...
That little... Wait, you're saying all...
That's right. He's adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of the people. I fell under his influence because I did not possess a strong enough sense of will.
And how are you going to prove that you're a change?
To be perfectly honest, I only came to my senses after seeing that the treasure was actually—
The names of all the Marashose hunters from ages past and their weapons.
Wait, you already—
Of course. Don't underestimate a veteran role player's exploration skill.
We just finished reading through the content of the stone tablet.
That tablet recorded the lives of some fascinating people. She inherited the responsibilities of the Golden Hunter and passed judgment on many people. But in private, she had a very
So, she was just like you.
Oh, you really think so?
Well, when you put it that way, working as an executioner, he supposedly used a countless number of tricks to confound his enemies in battle. Oh, if only—
Their lives were all so exciting. You could write so many cool books about their accomplishments. How could they have all been forgotten?
because they chose to be. To hunt monsters that only appear in the shadows, you must also operate in the dark. To be a Marashose—
Then this stone tablet must have been left behind by their companion.
That's right. Few Marashose hunters ever revealed their identity to the public. The only time they spoke of their accomplishments would be at night, when they gathered with their fellow hunters in front of the bonfire to share stories of the monsters slain by the—
So, this tablet was created not so that the hunters— No wonder this place was so well hidden.
You regard the stone tablet in solemn silence. The names of your comrades, the tablet proves that, although a hunter walks a shrouded path, it is not a solitary one. Their legacies shall continue to be passed down from generation to generation, as everlasting.
Father, you once told me that I should seek out the treasure if I ever became lost. Thank you, my friend. I implore you, everyone, please give me a chance to make up for all I've done.
Well, I say
Sounds good to me too. Everyone makes mistakes.
I have no objections, but Mr. Florian,
When he took over my mind, I gained some insight into his thoughts. Every time—
Huh? He's afraid of the treasure? But there's nothing here!
what if the secret's hidden? GM, permission.
At first glance, the weapons appear absolutely ordinary. But as you observe them, you notice a faint— These blades have slain countless monsters. Though it's been a long time since they were used in battle, their edges remain sharp.
so basically take these with us, right?
I'll take this weapon, since it used to belong to Est. Maybe it'll find—
Good idea. I'll take Mr. Walter's bow then, from one archer magician to another.
Paimon's gonna pick a cool weapon too!
As you grip your weapons, you can almost feel the will of past hunters coursing through your being.
Mr. Florian, do you know where to find the
I was able to see his surroundings when our minds were connected. I believe he's currently hiding at— We must be extremely careful. He's spent so long living among monsters that—
Then why don't we explore some more and try to find some higher level gear?
No, we have to strike now. He was greatly weakened when I managed to break out of—
I agree with Mr. Florian. We've got to act while we have the advantage. Don't forget.
Yeah, now that we've got a plan, there's no point in waiting. The longer—
Yes, that's what's called— Yes, that's exactly right.
Alright, you've persuaded Paimon.
Mr. Florian, please.
Of course. Follow me.
He had to set up so many scenes today, and now—
Finally, you decide to slay. As you walk away, you feel the gaze of the stone tablet at your back. As Finally, you arrive at the church Florian described. As you approach, an ominous aura...
How strange. This...
Now, it is time for the final battle.
Let's go!
Florian, wait.
What's wrong?
I think you should wait outside. You've already been corrupted by the Devorator once. It could easily re-enter your mind. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be this close. If it corrupts...
That's exactly why I have to go. Why I should...
You...
Yes. I intend to
That's too risky. If things get out of hand, I might have to kill you.
I understand, but if I do this, you'll have a clear the Devorator will have a hard time passing up a chance to enter a body it knows how to control. You're not like me, Miss Clorinde. You're a just and powerful Marechaussee hunter. The monster broke free due to... This is... Some consider it a duel to restore my honor. My only request is that you give it your all.
I understand. Then, as a champion duelist, I hereby accept your request for a duel, and extend to you my most sincere regard. The battle is now upon us. Let the Devorator once again tremble.
Huh? So lifelike.
This foe is not invincible. You hold the treasure. The power to defeat it in your own 2 hands.
The treasure? You mean...
The names! It's the Marechaussee Hunters' names!
How are we supposed to...
You forget, Paimon? There's still one skill we saved until the very end.
Hunters fight not for fame, but to aid the people whenever they are summoned.
Walter the Marechaussee Hunter, master of 1,000 tricks, executioner of the Phantom Hunters, I call for aid!
Est, the Marechaussee Hunter, inheritor of Cassiodor's will, judge of the Shadow Hunters. Answer my call!
Petronia, protector of justice and order. The hunter I respect the most. Thank you for saving my friend, the best one I'll ever know. Please, lend us your strength.
We have come to answer your summons. And so, the monsters were eradicated, and the peace soon returned to the capital. Those in the court, manipulated by some remembered the names of the heroes who saved their kingdom, but others simply continued their lives none the wiser. Such is the story of the Marachose Hunters. They pursue they will always protect the city and those within it, even should all...
I am assuming we finally...
Yes, you've reached one of the better...
It's a pretty solid story overall. I thought it was just an ordinary adventure at first, but that final battle especially.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Ah, that's a really good point. I never expected the weapon.
Yeah, mine nearly scared the daylights out of me when it started glowing. I took a good look at... Oh, we should probably give these props back, right?
Did you have a good time?
Of course. Let me know if another script like...
Sure, no problem.
Then I'll head back for now. I think I need some time. Once Mr. Florian is awake, please pass on my regards.
You're right. He's had a lot to deal with.
Well, see you all some other time.
Okay, so...
I think it should be fine.
What in the...
So...
That time in the cave when you told us to close our eyes?
I was dying of curiosity the entire time. I mean, you did a pretty bang-up...
Guess none of us wanted to be the one to break the illusion.
What are you all talking about?
Oh, wait. Don't tell me Paimon never... No.
Bit late for...
You're saying everything that happened back there?
It's probably more accurate to say this was never a real...
What?
So loud.
Hey, you! Get up right now and explain yourself!
No shaking, please!
Did Paimon just hear that right? You guys admit it's not nice to lie to people, but Paimon's gotta admit that was a really good story.
Yeah, it was like watching a magician improvise a spectacular magic trick after forgetting an important prop.
If Paimon knew something was wrong with that vault, she would have floated straight in the opposite...
Everything was under control.
As if you've ever described a situation as being out of control. I'm pretty sure...
Guess I'm just used to it.
You must run into a lot of unexpected situations then.
As for you...
I know there's no excuse for what I did. I'll turn myself into the...
I would say you've already suffered...
What?
You may have been blinded by fame and fortune in the beginning, but your actions during the final battle had proven you to be a... You'll be far more used to the city above ground than below.
But...
Of course, you'll still need to take the keys and pay a personal visit to the 2 hunters you wronged. Prepare to accept any
yes.
As far as I'm concerned, though, your showing in the duel was enough to prove your honor.
Then I'll do Thank you so much, everyone. I'll do my best to prove myself worthy of this until we meet...
Speaking of Marachose Hunters, what should we do about the treasure in that cave?
Leave it be.
Are you sure? We could show it to people, make it so that the hunters are remembered.
No. Every name on that tablet I am no exception. My identity as a Marachose hunter is not something I need people to remember.
That's certainly very different from the path of a magician.
Wait! Paimon just remembered something. If there were no special effects involved...
That's because the Marachose hunters of ages past would often imbue their weapons with special enchantments to suppress the...
Oh, so that's why they had an effect on that...
Well, I'm sure the summons were...
Oh? How so?
This particular devorator probably hailed from the same era as the names you recited all belonged to the bravest hunters. Countless monsters fell...
So the names held the power all along?
Navia?
Huh? Oh, I meant what I said.
I really appreciated those.
All right. Don't, anyway, let's not talk about that anymore.
She ran off!
I should probably head back as well. This story was truly incredible. Goodbye.
Traveler, should your name and deeds be forgotten, what do you...
I suppose the significance would be the journey itself and the world we helped create. There's still value in the time I shared with everyone here.
A great answer. I'll remember it. Me, the Marachose hunter, says nothing. Perhaps her answer lies in her silence. An unspoken vow left to...
Так, вот мы Клоринду и прошли. Прикольная история. Интересно сделали. Мне прям понравилось. Так, нам еще что-то дали. Хорошо. Книга, посвященная игрокам. А, карточки. Классно. Прикольно. Ну, идем дальше.
We once thought the Fortress of Maripede would be super scary, but look, you've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. Oh, you mean Rizli? He's definitely a pretty impressive... Well, he does look kind of intimidating. He's actually pretty... Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get the same guy we do, or is he a lot harsher with the Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order here, while not making everything...
Excuse me, did I hear someone there?
Huh? Paimon...
Excuse me, is someone passing by?
Nope, Paimon wasn't dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But...
Oh, did you hear my call? Thank you so much.
You're inside the box? Oh, no, why are you hiding in here anyway? If we hadn't happened to pass by...
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Whoa, that's terrible. Did someone seriously do that?
No, it was nothing quite that serious. I just like...
Just your hat? Huh. Wait, Paimon gets it! Something must have happened to your hair! Sorry. So that's what happened. Paimon gets it now. You just need your hat, right? We'll get it back to you right away!
I think you may have misunderstood me, but it's a soft and brown hat with a... I think I probably lost it near the entrance elevator. It was getting a... It's really important to me, so your help would mean the world.
Don't worry, we'll be back in... Paimon doesn't see anything here. Well, let's go somewhere else. Just where is that thing? Oh, this is taking... Nothing in the water either. Oh, we've looked everywhere and still not seen any... Huh, that's a good idea. Why don't we check out the Rag and Bone Shop? If If memory serves, they got all kinds of stuff in there. Huh? How did you know what Paimon? Oh, this is bad. Well, either way, let's go check it out. Paimon doesn't remember you being the boss.
I'm just standing in for Mr. Al. Now, just wait a sec. A blonde foreigner, dressed all in white, accompanied by a glaze-covered... Oh, you must be the legendary traveler, and their companion...
No. Well, you're half right.
Sorry, I never thought I'd get the chance to see you with my own eyes. So, I hope you find it in your magnanimous hearts to forgive my discourtesy. I'm just...
There's no need to put yourself down like that. Paimon's just...
Why, your heroic actions at Arrhenius have long made their way... We heard that you were personally received by His Grace when you made your way down here, you know. And you're one of His Grace's favorite people, so of course, everyone wants to be introduced. Well, I figure, after all, I also only joined up here because I'd heard Mr. Alva. And though I've only caught scant sight of His Grace since then, as fate would have it, I've become... I mean, we've all got agendas, but rather than trying to force something to be...
Oh, so now you're trying to kiss up to...
Well, I did mean it when I called you legends, and it is indeed not... Oh, enough of that. Is there something you're looking for? No problem. Anything else? Hey, feel free to check out anything you want.
Wait, but that's...
Well, it's not like I'm getting paid to watch this shop. Instead of more or coupons, Mr. Alvar usually lets me just... Life's been pretty good recently, so I might as well just waive your bill. Never hurts to make some friends.
Alright, Paimon will take a look.
Are you sure you don't want more? These opportunities don't come by.
It's alright, two will do. It just doesn't feel the same. But anyway, we don't need to get into that right now. We can discuss Paimonology later. That poor guy must... Thank you so much.
No problem, and thank you for your patronage. I'd appreciate it if you could put in the night.
That's a real sneaky way of getting good reviews. We've been gone a while. Paimon hopes that guy and... You can come out now. We found your hat.
You did? Oh, Archon, you just saved my life.
Wait, so you're not actually bald? You've got such a full head of hair, too.
I mean, I told you that there had been a misunderstanding. Wait, this isn't my...
Well, we got you a new one. We tried really hard to look for your hat, but no dice.
Ah, I see. Thank you so much.
Does it have some kind of sentiment?
But, sorry, I can't explain at the moment.
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up over here.
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Rizli. It's been a while.
Well, it's a slow day today, so I decided to go for a little stroll. Even if your workspace isn't cramped, it's still good to get some air. I'll say, I'm not at all surprised to find the two of you here. You never could turn down...
It's what good adventurers do, after all.
Is that so? Maybe I should consider asking the Adventurers Guild to open a branch? As I recall, these hats are very important to members of the Beret Society. You might not have the same luck next time.
Understood. Thank you so much. Then I'll be off.
What a strange guy. Why did he care so much about his hat? Oh, and has he done something wrong? When he saw you...
Oh, not at all. In fact, members of the Beret Society are model prisoners. They work hard and never get into trouble. They saved me a lot of work, in fact. As for him, I'd guess he's just more of an introvert. It's not unusual for the more shy prisoners to freak out.
Huh? Shy? There are prisoners who are afraid to talk to people?
Prisoners are still people, after all. There are as many crimes. The idea of the criminal as a selfish, heartless brute is just a stereotype. Such labels could never cap what kind of a person a prisoner may be and why they've committed a crime. We'd never know these.
Huh. You've got a point. Anyway...
Although most of the societies here will just turn individual, the Beret Society does appear to be an exception, and it's instead trying... If you have some time, why don't we grab something at the Coupon Cafeteria? And if you're still interested in the Berets after that, I can take you to their usual gathering place as well.
Paimon's not the biggest fan of that cafeteria, but...
Alright then, please follow me.
Welcome, Your Grace, and the Traveler. Would you like 3 orders of today's welfare meal? Unfortunately, we weren't informed of your visit in advance, so we didn't prepare any super...
I'll pass on the food, then. What about you?
Then Paimon will also pass.
What a pity. It would seem that none of us can properly appreciate your skill.
Then, I must beg Your Grace to find me some more ingredients. If you're not in the mood to eat, I can get you some drinks. We just got some great
Yes, please? Huh. Paimon didn't know you could get non-welfare stuff.
It's not for everyone. Think of it as a...
Oh, now that's what Paimon likes to hear. In that case...
2 bottles coming right up.
Our first meeting took place on short notice, and we were both swamped by everything that happened after, so there was no time for more casual chit-chat. I'm actually quite fond of stories, you know. Of course, the others have already told me a lot about your deeds in Fontaine.
Whoa. That'd be quite the long story.
I see. Certainly that'd fit your type, seeing everything for yourself, recording everything to the best of your ability, and making lots of friends along the way. I'm sure that by the end of your...
Paimon gets the sense that you're trying to... That guy we talked to earlier was obviously trying to get us to put in a good word for him, but...
Well, after all, you did help the fortress and I maintain our... Is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration? So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I don't have nearly as interesting of a story. I was convicted and sent here at an early age. I only became the top dog after spending a long time figuring out its inner workings. Power and control come in many forms. Some fair and ethical, others less so. And since we're all sinners here, so what do you think? Didn't put you much more at ease, now did?
Kinda. You're really different from...
I'm perfectly aware of that too. But even so, I would very much like to maintain friendly relations with you two.
Your Grace, after following your instructions, we were able to find a box of undeclared contraband in the latest shipment. They were extremely well hidden, and we've confirmed that the senders have been using this method to smuggle goods for a while. We're trying to trace the goods.
Got it. Leave the box here and contact me immediately.
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned something about contraband.
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling rabbits out of the most ordinary hats. Now, what do we have here?
Whoa, this is certainly a box of curiosities. Mora, snacks, yarn. Wait, if you've confiscated this entire box, then does...
Yep. We can't just send them back up now.
What? But that's just insane profit! Traveler, why don't you become a duke as well?
It's only been a couple minutes since we agreed to continue friendly relations with each other, and you're already planning to overthrow me? Jokes aside, I didn't know you'd be so interested in this box. How about this then? You can pick anything you want from it.
Really? You'll let Paimon pick anything? No takebacks. Paimon will have you know that she's got a real good eye for treasure.
I never joke about things like this.
Alright, Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants... this one. This dark, sparkly... Actually, never mind. Paimon doesn't want this gem anymore. Can Paimon pick something else instead? There's something weird about this gem. Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's as if the gem was just drawing them out of Paimon.
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? I wouldn't exactly call it fair enough. Go ahead. I don't think it'll have a...
Are you okay, Traveler? You also saw something, right?
I'll take this gem then and run a thorough investigation on its properties. Paimon...
Then... actually, never mind. Paimon's gonna pass. Paimon was thinking about one of the snacks.
You do have a point. In that case, we should destroy the... Seems like we're almost done with our drinks, too. Let's go check out this society. I can introduce you, and we can also continue our
Wait, are you this...
Just noticed? I wasn't exactly busy the first time.
We are honored by your visit, Your Grace. All of us at the Society. Are these your two guests?
Mm-hmm. Let me introduce you to them. Traveler, this is Dugier, the head of the beret. Members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large variety of books and other resources. Every once in a while, the Society will also host activities and seminars, which are always well attended.
You flatter me, Your Grace. All we did was set up an organization in the same way as you would in the world above. It's so easy to feel lonely and helpless when you arrive here for the first time. I remember that feeling all too well. None of us knew anything about this place, but that's when the thought came to me. If we could help everyone turn over a new leaf, they would no longer have to lead such gloomy existence. Thus, it was with your help that I...
Oh, so you were also involved with this?
My part in this was minimal. All I did was follow... I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, not everyone takes their sentence seriously. For some, this is just another place where they can eat, breathe, but the Society is a great place for those who wish to turn...
Exactly right. Here, we keep an eye on each other and remind each other of our goals. Everyone can focus. Our operations are entirely funded by members' donated goods and credit coupons.
Who knew you could find such a place in the Fortress of Mirror? Oh, right, and what's the deal with the...
There's nothing deep about it. I just felt like we needed some... If our members felt joy and pride from being a part of this group, then the hats would become a point of pride. And when we're together, we will feel a sense of community from seeing everyone's hats. Optimism, community, hard work, and a desire for a new life.
In other words, that hat has come to represent something like a model citizen, which also helps them recruit new members.
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal as well. I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around too if you want to learn more about us.
Oh, right. What happened to your slow day, Rise?
Seems like I shouldn't underestimate an adventurer's keen sense of observation. I'll be... kidding, of course. We're just discussing some small matters. It shouldn't take long. We've also already gone over the organization's vision. Instead of listening to me try to explain some more, maybe it'd be better if you took a look around for yourself.
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer the question at all? Well, yeah, they're supposed to be like the model prisoners, right? So this is what their spot looks...
Welcome to our gathering place. Is there...
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, that's not a bad comparison. It is my job to explain our amenity. I'm sure Mr. Dugier has already explained some of it, but allow me to fill you in some more. Besides this space, which our members use to rest and relax, we also have an entertainment room, a fitness room, and a self-study room. These rooms are open to all of our members. We want everyone to be able to use their free time to the full.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Do you have a restaurant too? If you did, you also wouldn't have to eat at the big cafeteria.
Unfortunately, we don't. For matters like that, we started a collaboration with the cafeteria a while back though, so they'll let us borrow their kitchen to do some simple research into recipes and cooking.
Yeah, Paimon can definitely see how it'd be easier.
Yep, and that's exactly why, Mr. Duge, we all think we made the correct choice.
Hey, you there, newbie!
Hello?
Yep, I'm talking to you. Now, why don't you follow my lead and take a deep breath before letting it... Ha! That's how I pump myself up every day. With one shout, you can release all the fatigue, resentment, and unpleasantness from your lungs and return to the Why don't you also give it a try, huh? Feeling shy? That's alright. Just remember to take a deep breath and let it all out if you find yourself...
Hey, what are you doing over here?
Oh, hello. You are guests of the Duke, are you not? I'm organizing the books. We've got some classics, as well as a few books that the members published themselves. Yeah, most of them are writing diaries or autobiographies. Some quit drinking. Some learned to tailor. Some became real good at calligraphy. And even I... we find it kind of funny. You see, had we managed to stay above ground, none of us would have ever had the time to...
Ah, it's because you all have a lot more free time.
Not only that, but we've also now got the mental space to think about taking on new things. Before we came here, with how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our lives down here, though. All we need to do is, you never know what you may be good at until you give it a try. And while you're here, no matter what you do, you won't get judged for it. After all...
So, this is something like...
Yeah, that's exactly right. After all, not everyone is good at fighting, or have the physical strength, and that's it. I just finished organizing this shelf as well, so feel free to check it out if you want.
Don't worry, we will. Alright, we've talked to everybody. That would explain why Rizli only had good things... Huh. It looks like they're starting to...
Of course, Your Grace. I will attend to those matters.
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this place? Now, note that your opinion will also affect my review of Dugier and the Society.
Wait, I didn't know they were also a part of the... it's all right with me, though. I'm pretty confident.
Paimon thinks it's pretty... Don't think anyone expected you to get a society going here of all places.
Yeah, you're right. By them...
The prisoners here all have very different personalities and psychological needs. Our needs are like violent beasts. If we can't face them properly, they'll grow restless and enraged, causing pain and conflict. But if we can placate them, they lose their fangs, and they can even be converted into fuel for far nobler... Which is why, in my opinion, learning to reconcile with oneself is...
You've hit the nail on the head, Your Grace. Before I founded the Society, I had met too many people, and I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find their...
And Paimon thought everyone was enjoying life just fine.
Of course, that lifestyle is more than enough for some people in the fortress. For others, though, they would just be...
Speaking of fighting, I'm not sure if you knew this, but even his great...
What? You fight in the ring too? Wearing those high-tech boxing...
Oh, I almost never need them.
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his hat? Did you come... Listen, What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right? You are looking a little pale.
No, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me get my hat back. I'm sorry, but
He's still as weird as before.
Dugier, do you know what's up with him?
I'm also not too sure about that. As far as, after all, it's my responsibility as the leader to make sure that no one...
We'll leave him to you then. Where were we before we got sidetracked? Oh, right, about that. You might have thought that I was joking, but in a place like that, everyone will use... And when emotions run high, things often spiral out of control. That would be when I need to pull out my gloves. Sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs has also come in handy quite a number of times. Oops.
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its special qualities. It won't affect me as long as I don't let it come into...
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for His Grace, would you?
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling light. I hope it hasn't been damaged. Your Grace, please let me know if there's something wrong.
It still looks good to me. Say, Dugier.
Never, Your Grace. Don't think I've ever been rich enough to afford this kind of...
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things that I wanted to talk about, so let's wrap up for the day. The Traveler also had...
Got it, Your Grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit. Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor. I'm sure everyone would love it if you were to visit again. And that...
Same to you.
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans for the rest...
Well, what's your opinion of the society now that...
Paimon thinks it's pretty chill. Paimon doesn't remember exactly what you said, but wasn't it something along the lines of encouraging... There's only one potential problem. If the society does too good a job managing and rehabilitating its members, you may be soon out of a job.
That is. But at this point in time, they're still reducing my workload by managing and rehabilitating prisoners in my stead. I wanted to see just how much they've managed to accomplish, and also get us... I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity, but then I noticed some...
Dissonance?
I'm sure the Traveler has sensed it too. As expected, you also picked up on it. The whole truth is a bit complicated, so I'll explain everything to you later. I had hoped to take care of it in secret, but now, confrontation may no longer be avoidable.
You completely...
Why don't you take this opportunity to check back on the gathering place? Just tell them you left something of yours there, but if my hypothesis is correct, Dugier should already have left, and with his watchful eye removed, you may well get a very different reception from the members.
Can't you just tell us exactly what to expect?
I'm just following the most popular playbook in Fontaine. Investigate, obtain evidence, and then use the truth to render judgment. It's been so long since I got to watch a performance at Opera Epiclese that I've even begun to miss it. I'll explain everything to you later, but right now we need to seize this opportunity. Find out what you can from them now while they're all in one place. We might...
It's just as Rizli said. You said you felt there was something off about this place, right? Paimon will do her best to help.
Wait, you guys are...
We're really sorry. We just realized that we lost something.
Oh, okay.
Nobody? It's okay. There's no need to be nervous. So we'll just look for it ourselves if none of you caught a glimpse of it.
I'll go find Mr. Dugier.
No need. We're just looking for something. he have? We can look around for it. Hey, hello? Anyone home?
Hello? How can I help you? The Beret Society offers a variety of resources and benefits to its members.
You don't know.
Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just...
Hey, big guy.
What do you want?
Isn't this how you greeted us earlier? Take a deep...
Oh yeah, that's right. You sure are a fast learner. I ate something earlier, so I'm falling into a bit of a food You're looking for something, you said?
Are you still organizing the bookshelves?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but you can't check out the books right now.
We weren't thinking about that to begin with, but...
Sorry.
Okay, Paimon sees what you meant now. Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back.
Oh, you're back. How are things at their...
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
That would prove my The dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting moment of fear behind the cheerful facade.
Right. He was acting super scared too when we... Actually, hasn't he just been acting super paranoid since...
And that's precisely why I took his hat.
Oh, so the one who... It was you all along?
It's because I wanted to figure out what's really going on. I don't believe any of Dugier's talk about unstable mental states. Not too long. Dugier made very elaborate preparations for my visit. But I don't know.
Okay, but if you think something's wrong, why don't you just... Aren't you the Duke? You can do whatever you want in this place.
Well, maybe you're actually a better fit for the position than I am. Just give me the word and I'll hand you the cuffs. In all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used sparingly. They're mostly for show. Everything I do is on display. The way people see me act determines the kind of world, and I've always striven to appear fair and reasonable.
That sounds a bit deep. Paimon's not sure she got all of it.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I have to lead by example if I want to maintain expectation, and that's why even though Dugier had already let a few things slip, I didn't want to turn on him without irrefutable evidence.
Alright, so you're saying Dugier has figured out, and even though the members are acting all optimistic and motivated...
Indeed. He certainly seems to be using some coercive methods to turn his member... I have some faith, though, that some of the members understood the hint I gave during our visit. The line has been set, and it's quite likely that a fish will bite.
Fish?
Let's give them some time. My guards will need it to finish their investigation, too. You can find me in my office when the time comes.
Hey! Don't just leave before you've explained everything! It's finally evening. Risley's probably wrapped up his investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go find him and ask him what he's really up to.
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lucky pole?
Let's just get straight to the point. Has anything else happened?
Patience, Paimon. Even as the situation continues to brew, we still need to... I'm actually still thinking about the first thing that came to my mind when I noticed something amiss. Why didn't anyone come to me about...
Oh, that's a good point. Could whatever they're afraid of...
But even if such a thing existed, how could they be so sure without checking with me first? It'd be one thing if it was just one or two people, but it seems like everyone's convinced that I won't be able... Which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't care to help them. Yes, something like that. Dugier must have told them something to make them think I won't take... So it became imperative for me to refute that and prove my true stance. Of course, I had originally planned to do this in a more covert way, but I had to improvise when you identified the guy who'd lost his hat with everyone. There was no way to keep our investigation a secret after that.
That makes sense. Wait.
The last thing that guy wanted was for Dugier to find out that he'd lost it. He would have never brought the matter, but now... Not only has Dugier found out that he'd lost his hat, that likely set his internal alarms off all at once. Yes, that's the conclusion I came to as well. It's the only thing that could if we didn't act right then and there, Dugier would probably come up with some other way to hide the truth and we'd be back to square one. So after giving the matter some thought, I must say I was...
So you did that...
Yes, that's right. Of course, that box was discovered as part of our investigation of the Society from the very beginning. I had no way to know if any of the members had actually seen the gem before, but since I had to do something, I decided to gamble. Right. And I said back there that I had no idea what the gem represented. That should have been enough. And since I was traveling with you, heroes who have never turned a blind eye to evil, and they would also understand that we're here to help, rather than to tolerate or uphold.
You used us as a part of your plan too!
My apologies. There was no time and quite a lot to explain, so I figured it might be easier to just let you see a few. But I can assure you that I've now told you everything there is to know. Of course, you're under no obligation, but I would really appreciate it if you could continue to lend me your support. Would you be willing to lend me your...
But Paimon's still mad at you!
You have my thanks. Now, there are still 2 outstanding matters in our investigation. I've examined one before. The other is the true purpose of the Black Gem. We haven't been able to get... It's my hope that a brave fish will take my bait and venture out. I'll put some music on while we wait.
Excuse me, Your Grace, but may I come in? I'm afraid that someone...
Please, do.
I apologize for my lack of composure. These 2 are the guests that... Yes, my lover Fasol told me all about you. Please, help us, Your Grace. He's in...
Slow down, take a deep breath, and start from the top.
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I will try. I think...
You mean when we saw him at the gathering?
Yes, he fled immediately. But many members are hot. Thankfully, he still managed to meet up with me and explain now that he's lost Dugier's trust. What awaits him is agonizing censure.
Censure?
Censure is Dugier's method of establishing control, as well as the thing we all fear. Rather than listening to me explain what it is, Your Grace, please, just let me show... Every secret may be found within...
Here you are. I was wondering where you had run off to in such a... Please excuse us, Your Grace. It was never our intention to disturb you like this. You see, Avisa's mental... She rambles often, has hallucinations. It may be best to dismiss her back.
I don't recall hearing a knock or giving permission for...
Oh, my apologies. I merely did not wish for Your Grace to be alarmed. Had I not been so focused on recovering her,
Like, we believe you.
Please, there's no need to be upset. It's only natural to want to side with the poor sick.
Well then, what if the reasonable man wants to hear the lunatic?
That would be perfectly fine with me. Oh, and just so you know, we've also found the missing Mr. Thankfully, he has already returned to his senses. We've brought him back to our place.
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I don't have any...
This is what you're afraid of, correct? You can tell me everything. I'll do all I can for you.
I've never seen that thing in my life.
Your Grace, I don't think there's anything else she would like to say.
It's all right, Elise. No matter what it is, it will no longer be able to hurt you.
Your Grace! Forget it. I'll keep my mouth shut. I've already said...
I'm sorry, Your Grace, but I really don't have anything more to say.
But why?
In that case, Avis and I will be off. Once again, please accept my apologies for disturbing your peace.
Miss Avis, please show me your head. That is an order. There's nothing there.
Your Grace, I know you have long tired of my words, but please believe the Society has never caused trouble for you or any of the guards at the fortress. We've spent all of our time working. Why are you doing everything in your power to prove our guilt? What's wrong? I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word. Why are you so intent on...
Your words bore me. You know the consequences if I find you to be lying.
Everything that I do for the Fortress of Meripede. But Your Grace is welcome to visit us anytime to All right, Avis. Let's head back.
Just what's up with that guy? We should have shown him his place.
Sooner or later, all will pay the price for their arrogance. He must have been well prepared for this exact scenario, or he wouldn't have dared to be so openly hostile. All the more reason for us. The entire society are his hostages. His subordinates would definitely react if he were taken, and that's why he dared to bare his fangs right in front of me. The true secret of the society is neither on the hat nor... Dugier probably knew this from the very beginning, which is why he didn't panic. However, if we were to look at the rules, it would also seem like the head has to be the...
Yeah, none of this makes sense to Paimon.
From the way Dugier acted, I need to think about this a bit more. The hats are definitely I need to think about this a bit. But if there's nothing...
I have an idea, but...
Huh? What is it? Tell Paimon about it!
You mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without Dugier notice. That would mean that Avis didn't stay silent out of fear. Let me take a look. I managed to remove this from the hair clip. It's long, slender, and conical. It's hollow on the inside. And look...
Paimon's lasting.
Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Some kind of dark... And some of it has been absorbed by this thorny-looking thing.
You've probably heard before that water is filled with the strongest emotions. With that in mind, this liquid is probably a hot...
Oh, so that's why even touching it will make you remember unpleasant things.
Dugier would be able to censure others. I can only imagine how it would feel to have this. The moment it hits you would be like being flooded with all the terrors you've ever... Agony, desolation, and an overwhelming sense of despair.
So, was the hat meant to cover up their wound?
That might not even be all. Let's go get them right away. We can't let Dugier escape with all of the...
Your Grace, we have taken the Society members into custody. They all tried to flee just a little while ago, as if they had received some kind of... We decided to forestall their plan, and we're just about to send the word when you unexpectedly arrived.
Great work, everyone.
You had prepared for something like this all...
I had them stay here to keep an eye on things, so I'm glad that my intuition turned up. Perform a thorough search of the Society's headquarters and bring all the members to me.
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected, they all have a hollow thorn inserted into a wound on their head.
Ooh! Paimon's glad her eyesight isn't so good that she can see it from here. Paimon's gonna float away for a bit.
They probably left it there as a lasting reminder of Dugier's censure. These people must have had to endure an unimaginable amount of pain. Let's go check out the other areas, too.
Hey, come here! Have a look at this! This is a book that Paimon found in a box next to the bookshelf. Its contents are exactly the same as this book on the shelf. The colors of the covers are completely different, though, and the names of the authors also don't match up. Yeah, and they dared to claim that they wrote the...
Look at what I found. This is a surveillance port. With this, Dugier would be able to... So even if Dugier's not there in person, he'll still always have eyes on the members. Indeed. It's easy to become lost and confused when you're given no instruction, and if any action you take may be deemed a mistake. Dugier has already tamed them.
Your Grace! Your Grace!
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any Society members in the other areas. It also seems like none of the equipment in those rooms were ever used. All the signs of wear and tear are the lime scale, the layers of dust. They were all deliberate. We also investigated the members' residences and weren't able to find anything. Their neighbors all say that they...
Oh.
They're gone? That could only mean...
Indeed. As long as he allowed Society members to mingle with others, even with threats of censure. Meanwhile, this marvelous gathering place will lose all of its value as soon as a whistleblower sounds the... So instead of being his real base, this is just an elaborate performance. The rest areas, the fancy equipment, even the and only the most docile and well-trained members.
But then...
Let me think. Dugier must be holding all the rest of his members in another place. And if the overseer of my fort... He must be in Dugier's pocket. I'm of the same mind. Let's go. You too.
Did that person flee here?
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably already caught wind of Dugier's declaration of war. Let's keep heading down. There are some abandoned areas in there. Since he needs we should be on the right track. Let's go. We can take this path. You got... After them.
It's rising. Run!
Did Dugier send you? Why did you attack that?
Come on, it's time to talk. Can't you see that he's trying?
I will take your cooperation into consideration when it comes time to hand out sentences.
But Mr. Dugier, he didn't want this guy to expose our true location. We were just about to dispose of him when you caught up to us.
So, in other words, your headquarters should be this way.
Yes, it's just down this way. You'll make it there once you've seen him pass through a large drainage pipe.
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time that we find out what
There's so much space down here.
Yeah, these are all former work areas. There are usually guards on patrol here. Stay sharp. He's got a ton of A moment, please. Let's begin. No need to fear. Have a safe trip.
Suffer the wrath of evil!
Away now.
Hey, are you okay?
You're safe now. Just follow the guards and leave this.
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dugier really prepared for everything.
And that would explain the strange decommission requests I received, as well as account for all the Gardamex that had mysteriously gone missing. Seems like he's prepared for an all-out conflict.
Hey, what's this?
Seems like some kind of handbook. Ah, this should be the Society's real rules book. It lists members are not permitted to speak to each other or to leave. 5 members shall form a group, and the whole group will be punished for anyone who reports a fellow member's misbehavior shall be rewarded with. I see. So it's.
But that's just cruel.
To obtain food and water, prisoners are forced to snitch on others. And to avoid punishment, they learn to stop talking with one another. This leaves the wounds they've already received to fester, however. And so resentment builds. Finally, isolated and without hope, they accept their fate as Dujier's slaves. Do you remember what happened to Paimon? She rejected all the snacks in the box she's usually all for tasty snacks, but she chose to go against her instincts after
Ugh, is that the best example you could come up with? Anyway, Paimon still thinks she...
No, your decision was valid. However, it's also valid to interpret that as a decision that you only made under emotional... The human heart is like a raft in a vast and empty ocean. We convince ourselves that we're in control, but in truth, a single wave could sweep us off course and send us crashing into the path of a storm. Those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime. If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of this place. Rather than confront Dugier, I think it's more important right now for us to rescue as many You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some other spots.
Open the door. Would we have to do something to this? Forget it. Pirate's just gonna do some Whoa! It's turning! Is it because we touched this thing? Look, the other side's open! Let's go.
Let's begin. Stay cool and face your guilt.
May I present...
Wait now.
Time to shine!
A moment, please. It's going to get a little chilly. Going east. Let's begin.
It's so high. We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
Looks like there's a mechanism that's gotten stuck. It won't turn alongside the others. Is there something we can do? Ooh, the water level's gone way up. So that's how we'll make it to the top.
Well now, have a safe trip! These should be the prison cells. Lots of empty cells in here. Dugier.
Let's still rescue the ones who got left behind, though. Hey, it's all right now.
No, I won't try to leave anymore. So close to me. I don't want any trouble.
No, we're not gonna do that. Please come.
We won't be able to get through to her right now. Not with the stress response. I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her. Let's let the guards take care of them for now and keep pushing forward.
All right.
A moment, please.
The door's open. Maybe it's His Grace. I'll go take a look.
I leave this area to you. Make sure to bring everyone out.
Understood. And please take care as well, Your Grace. We'll return here.
Just focus on the tasks you've been given. Let's go back. We have that mechanism from the first room. Maybe we'll also need to hold it in place. Don't forget to bring these along.
This seems to be...
This is a surveillance terminal. The information collected by the I'm sure Dugier really enjoyed sitting here and making his people dance like puppets on...
Oh, yeah. we'll need to hold the mechanism in place? Paimon doesn't think we'll be able to open the door like this. Let's go back.
I must confess to being furious. To think that there are still some... Remember their names. Fasal and Avis. And today you will see with your own eyes what'll happen. Go on, Avis. Pierce his skull with the thorn in your hands, and then push in the Aqua Dolores. Of course, you will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again, and don't stop until you've pushed all of...
Thistle. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Oh, shut your wretched mouths! When did I give you permission to... My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who dare to disobey.
That's enough, Dugier. Your rabid screams have been beyond nauseating.
Is that his great...
Oh, Rizli. I knew you would come. Must you still refuse to let me be? Did I not spell everything out for you already? What's so blasphemous about...
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and looting. And on top, look at your people. Are they not starving as you wolfed...
You
Stop acting all high. Have you forgotten? Nobody in this blasted fortress is innocent. We are all irredeemable monsters who have destroyed. What's so wrong about punishing those who deserve to be punished? And please, are you really gonna tell me that you care about their lives and well-being when you just need a supply of labor to keep this place running?
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts. Unlike you, I've never seen them as... The fortress is not only a place for confinement, but also a place for... Just as people are free to give in to the darkness within their hearts, they are also free to seek redemption and a new beginning. They may have made mistakes, but they are still human beings with people and things that they cherish. And most importantly, they should always retain the freedom to choose their own path once they've... But you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their freedom away so that they'll become slaves who will never again feel or think. And you say that's what they've always deserved? You are not...
He's really mad.
You think me arrogant, Rizli? Well, I think you're too...
Nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. A dumping ground of pain, and no prisoner will listen to you out of gratitude of their hearts. The whip is the only way to make them obey. Had you been just one step slower, I would have already taken control. Your vision gives you strength. But how long will it hold?
You talk big, but in the end, you know nothing outside of power and control.
Ow, ow, ow! Show no mercy! You two! Time to... Let my name echo in song!
Time to testify.
Let's begin. Things can get a little chilly.
Burn it down! Fulfill our patch!
Into the shadow.
Eat Lolene! Eat Papa!
If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
What's the matter? Too scared to shoot straight?
I'm warning you. Unauthorized punishment and torture are prohibited here. As the Duke, you should set an example.
Funny how that slipped my mind. Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress are there to keep the likes of you in check. But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood? Sorry for taking so long. Did I keep you waiting?
No, not at all. Paimon didn't know you were so considerate.
If you ask me, I'd say I actually feel very helpless. There's no way that I could truly empathize with the fear. I could comfort and compensate them all I want, but it might still not be enough to repair the damage that has been done. I have to take responsibility for it, as does the fortress. Yeah, it's the least that we could do.
So, do you have a plan for how you're gonna deal with...
Oh, Dugier? For now, I think I'll do nothing.
Huh?
I think it's a very fitting punishment for him to have to imagine the sorts of punishments that will soon be coming his way. He'll be left in the dark with regards to both the dates and the Of course, that's not to say that I'll be letting him off scot-free. It's not often that I actually get the chance to be I'm going to talk to the members of the society. He'll get a chance to experience everything that he's ever inflicted on them.
Paimon didn't know you could also be so harsh. Looks like she should watch her tongue.
Why do you think I'd do that kind of thing to you? Anyway, jokes aside, thank you so... How about this? I'll treat you to a meal in 2 days at the Coupon Cafeteria. We should have a better handle on things by then.
No, Paimon's had enough.
Don't worry, it won't be the same old welfare meal.
Oh, then you've got...
Ah, you're here.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind her for sure. That's not what Paimon meant at all. Rizli, you got what Paimon meant.
I'm a little confused, actually.
Hey, not you too.
Jokes aside, I've got some good news. After taking a look, the doctors have let me know that, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period. As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress as well. We've added a few who were...
You sure got everything.
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my territory. Please, go ahead. Ah, that's a bit of a long story. I once had a similar experience. It had to do with the host family I lived with as a I was an orphan, adopted by a couple with a great deal of love in their hearts. I had many siblings, and we all adored each other. Once we were older, Mom and Dad would turn us over to be individually adopted by families of greater means, and they were perfect parents.
And then?
And then, I found out we were merely raised as livestock. Once we had reached a certain age, all children that were sold would leave the house, and nobody would know what became of them. As for those who didn't sell, did you know I once considered myself an extremely lucky child? And all of my friends, I was also not the first to find out about the truth. All those who found out before me were simply... I could never shake the feeling of irony every time I juxtaposed their tragic ends against our parents' adoring smiles. Yes, like the society, my parents created a facade of joy, lied to satiate their desire. They did all of that, but never considered how their actions would utterly ruin all the children they took under their wing. But I did. So in the end, I killed them and set all of the remaining children free. My methods were extreme, yes, but I was still a teenager at the time. I'd been betrayed by those I trusted most, and I didn't think that more moderate ways would solve the problem. My doubt and helpless anger pushed me forward until I got what I deserved. It's all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. I've already committed to this path. The least I can do is to make sure that the same tragedy will not happen again in my new home.
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh, it's a vis-a-vis.
It was all because you arrived in time. I managed to escape on...
We came here on impulse today, because we were hoping that you'd be able to lend us a hand, Your Grace.
Please, go on right ahead. I'll do my best to help.
It's... I'd like to be...
You're getting married?
Yeah, we met each other through the society and both fell in... But even during our time there, we never doubted each other. We always believed that Dugier was manipulated. And after this incident, we've come to...
You could say we managed to make the best out of a bad situation, but we're still both prisoners. And we also aren't sure if the fortress is the best place to... So we are just wondering, is our request...
You're right in that the fortress is never... But that's no reason to say no, is it? I'll help you make the arrangements. If you need anything special shipped in from the surface, just say the word.
Oh, we can't thank you enough, York. We are actually also planning to stay here after the conclusion.
Yeah, we've already made tons of special memories here. So now, and we have full confidence in the fortress's future with you at the helm, Your Grace.
Your trust is the highest form of praise.
Hey, loosen up a bit. Shouldn't you be the happiest man in Teyvat to hear that people would like to stay of their own...
Yeah. I'll always take a genuine expression of faith over any obligation to
Так, Ризли мы закончили. Теперь идем к Сиджвин. Классная история у него, конечно. Интересная. Мне понравилось.
This shop looks popular today. Butterfly Dew Cosmetics. Now on... Oh, Sijwin's here too. Hey there, Sijwin. Hello there, Traveler and Paimon. I hope you're keeping your... You bet we are. So anyway, what the Duke insists I take regular vacations in the court of Fontaine. This one just so happened to coincide with a promotion for a new skincare product, so I came over to take a look. I like to keep up with the latest industry developments when I can, to help me with my magazine articles. Wait, you write? It's called Beautés en Fleur, and it's run by the Fontaine Beauty Association. I've done lots of articles about skincare. Oh, wow! You're a maritime flower? If Paimon's not mistaken, you're one of the leading figures in the Fontaine Beauty... What's so weird about that? Everyone I really like this role. The staff at cosmetics shops are always so polite. And as long as I wear a big smile on my face,
I always get the best customer service. Well, they sure don't want to make an enemy of the Romaritime flower. Obviously, it's because of Sijwin's love for beauty. Still a leader of the Beauty Association? The truth is, I study this field because I cherish my own appearance. It has nothing to do with being beautiful or not. Oh, the words of a master beautician defy comprehension! Oh, but not really. Actually, Melusine aesthetics are very different from human ones. We don't view humans based on their... If I had to describe our approach, I'd say it's based on cuteness. Oh! Really? Yep. Still, I really value my current appearance. And in the... It turns out, my knowledge and experience is pretty popular with beauty product lovers. Oh, Paimon gets it now! But speaking of your appearance, how come you look human Ooh, wait, sorry! No, I don't mind. I'm not mixed, though. If you're interested, I could tell you a shape-shifting story? Oh, heck yeah, of course we're... Long ago, humans rejected Melusines, and Melusines feared humans. There was one Melusine who became fascinated with human medicine, but no human wanted her help. And there was one girl who liked Melusines, so no humans would make friends with her. So, the Melusine became the girl's friend, and the girl became the Melusine's patient. Your checkup's all done. You're still in perfect health. Thank you, Dr. Melusine. In this game of doctor and patient, a friendship was born. Then, one day, the girl fell ill. The Melusine was the only doctor to arrive on time, but the adults sent her away.
Scram! Melusines can't be trusted!
So just because I'm not human, I can't save my best friend? In desperation, the Melusine approached the frightening witch. She begged and begged until she got a reply.
If you take this potion, concocted of sin, you will gain a human face and grow human limbs. But then, you will lose everything that attracted this friend of yours to you in the first place. Can you accept that?
The Melusine did not hesitate for very long. On a rainy night, a little doctor knocked on the girl's door. The doctor wore a hood and raincoat, maybe to protect her from the rain, but maybe also to hide a secret. The little doctor held the girl's hand and treated her illness, just as she had so many times before. Dawn came, and the little girl's condition improved. But the little doctor was long gone, for she knew her friend would never recognize her again. And so, since then, I've lived my life in human form. Most people who know me... Ooh, a witch? A potion? Trust me, it's a true story. Must be the way you told it then. It just sounds so... Yeah, not every Melusine would take human form to save their human friend. Treating patients is a doctor's duty. We must always find a way. Ugh. It's so crazy that they turned you away just because you were a Melusine. Especially when, well, sometimes appearance can be a real barrier. But that was a long time ago. Paimon too! Here's...
Attention customers! Thank you all for waiting. Now, on behalf of our skincare partner, I'm delighted to announce that our exciting new...
Well, there we go. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, Paimon, if you want to buy... Really? Personal advice right from a leader of the
Allow me to introduce our newest skin lotion, Butterfly Dew. I'm sure many of you have all... To say that it improves skin quality is an understatement. This product gets its name from the way it transforms your skin and makes it glow anew, like a butterfly emerging. We are thrilled to have the inventor of this fantastic product with us here today. Please welcome Mr. Rawat, a researcher from the Fontaine Research.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Rawat, and I developed Butterfly.
Wow, what a look.
He's a researcher? Well, he... It seems that everyone is surprised by my entrance. I'm well aware that researchers are generally better known for their brains than their dashing good looks. In that regard, Of course, appearance is a skin-deep way of defining a person. And yet one's appearance can be a very real set of shackles. It can rob a young person of their self-confidence when applying for a job. Dissuade a young lady from approaching the one she loves. Our actions are at the mercy of our appearance, and we slowly... But what if I told you that those shackles can... If our appearance prevents us from changing, then let us first change our appearance. Wash away moles, birthmarks, and wrinkles, and they can no longer rob us of our confidence. Replace them with luster and radiance. That is why Butterfly Dew exists. Its mission is to allow us to shed our pupae, undergo a complete metamorphosis, and embrace a new...
Well, whether it actually works or not, after that speech, Paimon's...
Mr. Rawat, could I ask if...
Of course, I tried it many times while I was testing it. You can consider me a product ambassador.
Wow, then it's sure to work.
Still, I don't expect to convince you just by blowing my own trumpet. So, could I get a volunteer?
Oh, Paimon volunteers!
Oh! Ah, what an honor! It appears we have a giant of the Fontaine Beauty Association here with us. In that case, Miss Sijwin.
Sure.
Whoa, is that Romaritime flower? They say she's the pickiest user of skin.
Here you go.
Well, it's very kind to the skin, and the absorption rate is high. Wow, now that's high praise.
I'll take one.
Any
discounts?
All right. Well, all that remains for me to say is, Butterfly Dew is...
Think we should buy a bottle too? Aww, really? Well, it's still good to care for your skin though, right? And if you're worried about whether it's the right product for you, well, luckily for...
It's an honor to receive such high praise from you. To be honest, I was also hoping you might be able to point...
With most skincare products, the pros and cons only become apparent with long... Oh yeah, this one has instant benefits. Improving skin quality without any obvious side effects. Don't worry though, I plan to keep using it. And I'll publish regular reviews in Beauté's on...
Oh, I was hoping for a more casual conversation, but you are a beauty association?
Sijwin! Oh, excuse us, Miss Beauty Expert. But do you think this product...
Wait.
That's right, and by her side...
Well, I don't normally handle customer... Butterfly Dew is made for all skin types, so no matter who you are, you can rest assured that it will be kind to your skin. If anything, it might be marginally more effective on Fontainian skin, but...
Why would it work better?
In the interests of protecting my trade secrets, I'm afraid I can't...
Alright then. How about a friend...
Save yourself the trouble. I'd be greatly honored to have both of you use my product. Here, take...
Yay! Paimon's private fund survives!
I can see why you might think that, but please don't misunderstand. This gift is simply a... To me, finding new customers for Butterfly Dew is about meeting kindred spirits. Fellow
admirers of physical beauty.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Miss Paimon. Most people claim to desire inner virtue, but it's still physical. This is a fact of life. It's only natural for people to desire to become...
You're right. Everyone loves...
Look at the time. My apologies, but I have other things to attend to. I'll leave you with these 2 bottles of Butterfly Dew, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Paimon,
I'd say there's no need for you and the Traveler to use this. Why? The quality is fine. I just think there's room for improvement. I think I could add.
Really? Then why didn't you tell Rawat about?
Researchers are very special. You can point out their flaws to their face and they won't mind very much. But if you tell them that someone, if I'd mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have given you those.
Fair enough.
If you're interested in the more effective version, I can write up a list of ingredients for you.
When you say more effective, you mean it'll make Paimon even prettier?
As for me, it's probably time I got back to the.
Alright, see you there then! Just up ahead, Traveler. The ingredients for Sijwin should be nearby.
Get to work! Crash from the sky!
Is it too much to carry?
Let's head to the Fortress of Mirapede!
Rise with the sun!
Whoa, the infirmary is packed!
Please, you have to believe me. I saw it with my own eyes last night.
Got it? Okay. I've written down everything you told me. Now, first, which finger am I holding up?
Your index finger, but I'm
Very good.
Hey there, Your Grace. It's been a...
Ah, it's you two. Indeed it has. I would offer you...
No worries. Actually, we were looking for Sijwin. Do you, know what all of this is about?
This inmate came running to the guards in a panic, claiming to have seen his exact doppelganger.
A doppelganger? Doesn't that...
And that's what I thought when the report first reached my desk. But we've inspected our records. No one even vaguely resembles him. Considering how certain he is of what he saw, I can only surmise that he's having some mental issues.
All right. Very good. Evaluation complete. I couldn't find...
I see. So, do you still believe there's more likely to be...
I have to assume so for now. Psychological issues are more difficult to detect.
The rumor mill will go crazy if word of this gets out. Guards, take him to the ward for a peer. The Marashose Phantom has requested my cooperation on a case, otherwise I'd deal with this myself. Sorry for the trouble, head nurse, but I'll have to leave.
No problem, Your Grace. I'll add him to my observation list.
By the way, we have a couple of guests here who've made the trip just to see you. I imagine it must be important.
Oh, Traveler, Paimon, it's... Hey there, Sijwin! It's actually not...
I'll be in my office if you desperately need me. Goodbye for now.
Okay, bye-bye! So, Sijwin? Would you mind waiting for just a moment? I have another patient. Oh, sure!
Sijwin, we've brought him. And he seems to have taken...
Okay, don't panic. Let's start by sitting him down here. Paimon had no idea how busy it can get for Sijwin. Maybe now's not the time to ask for her. Good point. Besides, it might actually be interesting to observe her at work. Well, this could hurt. So I suggest... Did his face melt? What happened?
It's anyone's guess. His face melted off shortly after arriving at the fortress. But since he's a serious offender, he can't be allowed out for medical... Oh, this is gonna be awkward. We still need to bring him to the Marashose Phantom for questioning. What if he scares them half to death?
The Marashose Phantom? Does this have something...
Yep, it was a huge case. They bagged a few dozen crooks in one fell swoop. And this guy's the baddest apple of the bunch.
You done gawking?
Not yet. I need to check the severity of your ulcers to decide the right dose. Don't worry. We Melusines have a very different sense of aesthetics from humans. To me, you just look like...
Don't patronize me. Do I look like a kid to you? Just give me the...
Hey, lose the attitude. You dare talk back to our head nurse like that again, your days are numbered.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, I'm going to apply the medication now. Tell me if it hurt. Look how nice Sijwin's being. And he still talks to her like that?
Can I leave now?
Wow, not a peep. What?
Thank you, Sijwin. And I apologize for the trouble.
So, Traveler? Paimon? We did, but we don't want to interfere in... Oh, don't be silly. I agreed to it, didn't I? Just hand me the... Take a rest here if you want. Or, if you're not tired, I hear they're holding a new... Or alternatively, is there anything... That's right! Let us help you out! It's the least we can... Good point. Kind-hearted humans start to develop guilt if they accept free help from others. Don't worry. I'll take a look at my schedule. I'm sure I can find... I gotta warn you, though. It'll be tiring work. So I suggest you... We're ready, Sijwin. What's our first mission? I found the perfect job for the Traveler. First, I'd like you to lie down... What for? I need you to pretend to be... What? Oh, is it that difficult? I thought you did a pretty good... Oh, so you knew. I sure did. She was way more interesting than the usual malingering inmates. Well, this is awkward. But what? No time to explain. My next patient will be here any second. Please just do as I say. Okay.
Hey, Doc. It's me.
Well, your mother has enough on her plate with a busy job.
I know. I shouldn't treat the place like a playground. Shouldn't go swimming in the lower levels where we join. I thought I'd be able to have some fun here at the fortress for a few days, but...
All right. Sit yourself down and I'll take your temperature. Your fever still hasn't gone down.
But Doc, it's so bitter. Do I really have to drink it? I mean, I'll be fine, right? I've got an uncle. Can't you just write me a note saying I'm on the mend? I just need something to keep my mom up.
Hush.
Huh? Bree.
Well, if you want to rely on your own immune system to clear up your fever, then you'll have to tough it out like this young lady. Hang in there, Traveler! Are you gonna puke? Paimon can get you a paper bag! enough to get through the nausea and dizziness caused by the high fever?
And if...
Hey! Wake up! Put it this way.
I think...
Oh, of course. Here, it's...
It's so bitter.
All done. Great job, you two.
That kid really doesn't know what's good for him.
His mother's a guard here. She's been working back-to-back shifts lately. But unfortunately, his father's away on a business trip. He was quite happy at first. He seemed to think that the Fortress of Merit...
So you made us put on that act just to scare a kid into taking his medicine? That's a pretty sneak...
It's a technique I learned...
Oh, you had a teacher? Was she a
She was human.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I really liked my teacher. She was a traveling doctor. And since she didn't have a clinic, she'd go out and visit her patients wherever they were. She used to say, if you can scare the little brats into taking their medicine, you won't have to hear them wailing and screeching.
She sounds like a pretty...
strict. Well, that's not how my
strange way for a doctor to describe themselves. No,
as it...
Oh, wow, yeah, okay, that'll...
Yep. All the children she treated thought she was...
Why does it almost sound like you're...
Oh, because I am. If she was here, all the children would...
A doctor who looks like a witch. True, they wouldn't dare try...
Oh, me, on the other hand...
That's actually a good thing!
Oh, my next patient should be arriving now. Would you mind...
Shipping! On to the next mission! Is it nighttime?
Well, thanks to you two, it was...
Should we get some rest? It's getting
there is one last thing. I have to keep it confidential.
Confidential? Are you sure?
It's fine. You're not living here anymore, so it's okay if you know. All it is I have to prepare some...
Wait, you mean those healthy meals?
My patients refuse to eat any healthy meals I prepare in front of them. So I have to prep the ingredients in secret, then let the chef at the coupon cafeteria...
Considering even the chef's version makes people uneasy, it really makes you wonder what's in it.
You want to find out? I can teach you how to make it. That way, if you ever suffer from exhaustion on your... The ingredients are ready. Now, put them on the table, and at first we add this special slime condensate. Stir it thoroughly.
Yeah, really...
Next up, xenochromatic crystals. You want to crush them up into a fine...
Wait, are those from Fontiver Aberrants? Are you sure they're edible?
Finally, we'll need some high-protein meat. Frogs are an excellent choice. You just need to clean their...
Oh!
And we're done. All that's left. Yesterday in the production zone, I noticed an inmate who's been working for 2 days straight. That means it's a help.
Sijwin really does have the inmate's best in...
Ah, head nurse. Got some extra?
Just the one today. The serial number's on the lid.
Sounds good. I'll make sure it gets delivered.
Sounds like they're talking in code.
Thanks for your help.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. I only wish I could do more. You work so hard for all our sakes.
That won't do. If you reduce your sleeping hours and you...
All right. Nurse's orders.
Well, I'm done with work for today. Thanks for...
Seems like the guards and staff here have a lot of respect for you, Sijwin. In just one day of helping you with your work...
Head nurse, please, wait. I'm sorry to disturb you this late at night, but I think you'll agree...
Okay, just relax and catch your breath.
The guard at the observation ward, Odilon, he told me to pass on a message to you. One of the inmates there, the guy suffering from possible hallucinations...
You were right to tell me. I'll have to examine him and make sure he's well.
Looks like we've got one job as medical assistants left.
Burn it down!
Ah, head nurse, you're finally here. I'm so sorry for all the trouble after giving it some thought. I'm sure that I was probably just seeing things. Stress-related, I imagine.
I totally understand. Still, I have to give you an examination before I can discharge you, okay? So, take it.
Again, so sorry. I was in such a state this morning, I barely recall.
Oh, not at all. It's a lot to remember. First up, we have a little...
Your pinky.
All right. All indicators seem normal.
So it was a stress-induced hallucination after all?
Well, we've certainly had previous cases of mental illness caused by overwork, which is why I carefully observe everyone in the...
Please, head nurse, you shouldn't blame yourself. I'm just still adapting, that's all. Pushed myself too hard, and thanks for looking after me. I'll be as good as new after a good night's sleep. And if you can...
It can be difficult to relax in an unfamiliar environment. I suggest you take 2 days off to focus on your recovery.
Great. I can't thank you enough.
Mr. Odilon, could you escort him back?
Of course. I'm on guard duty in the administrative area tonight, so nothing will go wrong.
Guess you're finally done for the day now, huh?
Yep. But I still haven't gotten around to make...
Oh, no rush! Seriously, it's super late now. You should...
Well, tomorrow it is then. Good...
Oh, don't you worry! We will! After a productive day of work, we're both gonna sleep. Yeah, sleep tight, Sijwin. I'm a really did.
Rise with the sun!
Whoa! How's the infirmary even busier than yesterday?
Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. I have a few people here for a checkup, so...
No problem. Anything we can do to help?
There's a bit of a complicated situation.
You have to believe me. I'm telling the truth.
You're in a medical facility. Keep it down.
Please, listen to me. I'm not Gascon. I'm Uy.
You're a horrible liar, you know that? We get all your mugshots with the arrest warrants. It's clear as day that you're Gascon.
You mean because of the way I look? I don't know what happened. I just woke up like this. Then you guys dragged...
I brought you here to figure out what's going on. If you truly are the victim of an injustice, yelling isn't going to achieve anything. At most, it'll delay your vindication.
All right.
This is nuts. Yesterday's interrogations went
Morning, Your Grace. What's going on?
Remember the case I mentioned yesterday? The one brought to me by the Marashose Phantom? Well, we've been questioning the inmates involved this morning.
Huh. That's even weirder than what that guy was saying yesterday.
The thing is, none of them have been able to provide any evidence whatsoever to support their claims.
questioning them further got us nowhere, so...
And we thought yesterday was as busy as it got for Sijwin.
We've compiled their statements. Have a look.
Wait.
Release? Interesting. The inmates they spoke of in their statements appear to all be due...
I noticed that too. If that's their plan, they're underestimating us a little. Every serious offender claims that there's someone else who just so happens to be due for release today.
All the more reason to be cautious. Lumberzar, check the release list for today and make sure no one gets processed. We're gonna need an excuse, though. Just say we're out of forms, and that we're furiously printing more as we speak.
I'm on it.
It's conceivable that our group of serious offenders somehow found a way to switch places with inmates who are about to be released, so they can walk out right under our noses.
We did consider that possibility. But I mean, just look at them. They match the warrants, period. How could there have been—
Only if they're dead ringers for the inmates due for release, I suppose. I gave you that name—
Yes, the inmates' mugshots were attached to the list. The first thing I did was check for lookalikes, and I didn't find any. The only other thing that stands out to me is that their voices sound a little different today. But it's not exactly hard to put on a fake voice.
Oh, really?
Give me a moment. I think I have a way to confirm what— I know, it's not time to change your dressing yet, but please— Huh? Isn't that the— This should be Honore. He has very severe facial ulcers, which require an operation in the hospital at the Court of Fontaine. I authorized him to leave the fortress for medical treatment under guard—
Yes, like I told you. I'm not Potton. I'm Honore.
So there has been a swap. Well, I can see what happened in Potton's case, but how do you explain the other inmates?
No, I believe it was their faces. The method is a bit like replacing a tooth. Take the bad tooth out, put a false one in. Traveler, Paimon, do you remember? Yeah, sure do. Then you can be my witnesses. To start with, please—
Going into a trance is risky for most people. So don't get any ideas.
You're—
Yes, head nurse. It's me. You do believe me, right?
I need to do another examination on you.
All right. It's the cognition test first, right? So,
Now, try to recall if you can. The last—
I believe it was your index finger.
But that means—
Huh?
So, basically, last night, the Eric who said he saw another him suddenly recovered. Sijwin did another test before letting him leave, but that time, she held up her
Huh? I don't know about any test last night. There was nothing to do in the observation ward, so I went straight to bed.
Well, in that case, there is a reasonable explanation for the
So, what exactly happened?
The gang of serious offenders wanted to break out of prison, so they identified a group of scapegoats, namely inmates whose terms were almost up. Last night, when Odilon was on duty, they ambushed him and had one of their groups switch appearances with him using their face-swapping method. Then, once all the other inmates were asleep, Odilon spent his night shift carrying. However, they made one mistake. Henri changed his appearance to match Eric's earlier than he should have done, and ended up real Eric came to the guards for help, but we didn't know then what we know now. So we put it down to hallucination and sent him to the However, since one of the gang members was posing as a guard, they simply changed real Eric's appearance and had their.
Right, because I put Eric on the observation list by then, and no.
Hence why the imposters had to pull that little stunt to get fake Eric off the list.
Yeah, it all makes sense now. The Duke cracked the.
Well, I can't fault the reasoning. But I'm afraid that we ruled out the possibility of face switching very early.
Criminals altering their facial appearance to commit crimes is nothing new. In fact, one of the explicit duties of the Malazines in the Marachose Phantom is to. We carefully examined all the suspects, and there is no evidence that any means of disguise were used.
Huh. Well then.
So far, it seems more likely that the gang stole documentation belonging to the inmates due for release, and are using that to commit identity fraud.
Actually, there is a potion that can completely change someone's appearance. If they use that. A shape-shifting potion?
Forgive me, head nurse, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it. If such a potion truly existed.
Yes, I am.
But.
Please, trust me in my professional opinion as an experienced.
At the same time, without any solid evidence, it's pure speculation. If we can round up all the inmates suspected of switching places, then have a little talk with both sides. Yep. Let's.
Okay. Well, it was our negligence that meant we had to come and conduct these post-internment interrogations. And I know it's put you out.
Your Grace, bad news. I paused the releases like you asked, but we were too late. A bunch of people already got processed 2 hours. I checked the list, and sure enough, it's all the
2 hours ago? That's before today's interrogations began.
So there really was a switch after all.
We should be able to catch up with them if we leave now, right?
Not if that potion is real. They can just switch faces again after leaving the fortress. And if the Marachose's Melazines can't even spot them.
Yikes! So we're at a complete dead end!
Well, technically there is. We were only able to arrest this gang thanks to the help of a researcher from the Fontaine Research Institute.
Oh? Rawat? Isn't that the handsome guy we met at that skincare
Handsome? Maybe from a human point of view. One of the crimes this gang is charged with is the manufacture and sale of illicit drugs. According to Mr. Rawat, they appear to have stolen technology he developed through his. At first, he thought it was a typical case of intellectual property infringement, and he tried to negotiate with them. Thanks to his report, we were able to swoop in and arrest them all in one go.
What a hero! Bet that took courage on his part.
No doubt. This is worth following up on. As the one who snitched on them, it's highly likely that Rawat will be targeted by the escapees. That aside, since he's negotiated with them in person before, there's a chance he'll have.
Understood, Your Grace. My team and I will head to the Fontaine Research Institute right away. In the meantime.
Of course.
Miss Morgan, I'd like to come along and help you catch these.
Huh?
Well, I'm the one who discharged the fake Eric last night.
Don't say that, head nurse. Your focus was on the inmate's health, and rightly so. We can't ask you to help with a.
I also have a more personal reason. Cotton is a patient of mine, and if I...
Look, head nurse, I completely understand where you're coming from. But arresting criminals is dangerous business.
Don't worry, I can defend myself.
You say that.
If I may, Miss Morgan, Sijwin is the one who raised the potion hypothesis, and I'm sure she has far more expertise on the topic than your team. And if you really are worried for her safety, then... Ah, there you go, right on cue. Knew I could count on you.
Okay. Well, since this plan has the Duke's blessing... Greetings. Sorry to impose, but I'm afraid we're...
The Marshall's Phantom. Let me guess, you're investigating...
Not this time, no. We're looking for a researcher.
What? He actually doesn't work on site here very often. There's a handful of researchers in the near...
Just a handful? Paimon figured he...
Well, I guess you could say he's popular, at least on a superficial level. But in all his time here at the Fontaine Research Institute, I don't think he's ever had a single deep conversation.
That's so weird. He definitely didn't come across like a recluse at that product promotion. Oh, I don't find that weird at all. He definitely didn't strike me as the kind of guy who's, really? Paimon couldn't tell. Must be a...
Okay, we should talk with his acquaintances. But we also need to check the research institute.
Sure thing! We'll go ask around among the other researchers with Sijwi. Paimon... Excuse us, are you odd?
That's me. What
Are you close friends with Rawat?
We're close friends? You mean because I told him I had feelings for him once? I doubt I'm the first, or I should have known, really. Men like him, they just enjoy being surrounded by fun.
Okay.
Why would I know where he's at? I barely know him, and he
Ugh, this is getting annoying. Shall we go ask someone else? I think she knows Rawat better than she cares to admit. If we... Maybe, but we're not going to get much out of her. She's displaying symptoms common among people in love, if that's what you mean. It's curable? Oh, we're still no closer to finding Mr. Rawat. Oh, by this point...
Danger? Wait, why are you looking for him again?
Oh, that's right, yeah! The Marshall Phantom.
What? How has this happened? He seemed fine when I last saw him, and that was only a...
Oh, I see. Well...
Okay, but this is purely out of concern for his safety. If he's not at the... I heard she raised him alone, that they had it pretty tough financially, and these days she's housebound due to illness. He makes regular trips back home to check on her.
Oh, okay. Do you know...
Nope, sorry. I only found out the thing about his mother because it came up in conversation once. When I told him I had a crush on him, I offered to help him take care of his mother. And yeah, maybe that was a stupid idea, but did he really have to yell at me for it? It's like, fine, unbelievable. These guys only want to show you their charming, well-groomed...
Looks like her love syndrome is flaring up again. We need to find out Mr. Rawat's mother's address. Let's check with the Marshall officers when we regroup. Cool, sounds like a plan. Sorry to bother you, sir, but are you Bertram?
Who's asking?
Just some concerned citizens helping out the Marshall Phantom with an investigation. We'd like to...
Not anymore, we're not. Turns out we don't...
Oh, yeah? What happened?
The thing about us researchers is, most of us do what we do for some sort of higher purpose. But he won't even let you work with him unless you sign a confidentiality agreement first. Also, he has better control over who gets which intellectual property. Now that I've got my own technical solution for my compressor, I don't need to work with him anymore.
So that's what Rawat is really like. We'd still like to know where to find him. Is that...
Wait, you're... Yeah, I know you. You're the head nurse at the Fortress of Meropide. Alright, then I'm happy to help you if I can.
Wow, turns out Sijwin's...
Thing is, I have no real way of knowing where he might be. I stopped working with him 2 months ago. But if you want my advice, I'd say go talk to the peddlers. There's a few he meets with every other day or so.
Peddlers?
Yeah, back when I was working with him, I noticed he met with them quite often. Wouldn't surprise me if they were involved in some shady business together. because it seemed like they went out of their way to avoid discuss. The little I overheard was about manufacturing and selling pharmaceutical drugs. Like I said, he's all about
Drugs? Doesn't he work with skincare products? Do those count as drugs?
Who knows? I never cared to find out. He's the Morag rubber, not me.
Thank you. You've given us plenty.
Welcome. Goodbye, and may we both reach new heights.
Hey there, are you in?
What do you want?
We're here to ask about Rawat. Any idea where he might be? We were told you were pretty
Close? Not sure that's the word I'd use.
Huh?
It's been a good few days since I last saw him. I don't know where he's at. Go ask someone else.
Would the patent in question happen to be related to the new...
Yeah, kinda. Butterfly do, or whatever he calls it.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Most of the other researchers here focus on mechanics, energy, stuff like that. I get why he wouldn't be in, but I'm studying coatings. There's a huge overlap in our area. I bought his product once and noticed it contains a unique substance that might have applications in coatings too. If it worked out, I could probably make as much as he's... Don't get me wrong. I had no intention of plagiarizing his work. I was hoping to get official permission to use his findings in my own research. Followed the proper procedure. It was all above board. I would have had to pay him a license fee and everything. But despite that, he turned me down not once, not twice, but 3 times. It's like he's vehemently opposed to the idea of anyone else making the kind of money he does.
Huh, so is Rawat antisocial, or is this guy just jealous? Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any info about Rawat's whereabouts from him. Let's go! Wait, 1 second. Mr. Antibes, next time you go shopping, you should buy some Buell fruits. Peel the skin, steep it...
Huh?
Well, that's all 3 researchers. Let's head back to the meetup point. You know, Hyman started out thinking Rawat was a handsome researcher with a friendly and cheerful personality. It's such a So, what's your view of him now? A handsome researcher whose difficult upbringing turned him into... So your thoughts about his appearance have... Well, his looks are kind of a big deal. At least in Paimon's opinion. How did such a handsome guy end up being so antisocial? You can't judge a person solely based...
Head nurse. Traveler. I assume you've spoke...
Bertram mentioned Rawat's involvement with some pharmaceutical merchants. Do you know if he's registered any pharmaceutical brands?
Since he was a whistleblower on such a huge case, I ran a background check on him. I don't
How strange. If he was so focused on commercializing his research, and maybe he and his business partners needed to avoid public scrutiny?
You think he may have colluded with the gang? Well, the crime was manufacture and sale of drugs, and that would...
Isn't that pretty unlikely, though? Most children who come to me with tooth decay have suffered pain for a long time already, but they'll still try to hide the fact that they eat too many sweets. Grown-ups and children... If you say so!
I saw him when he came to make his report, and I certainly didn't get the feeling that he was the type to collude with criminals. Perhaps it's more likely that they were coercing him. You mentioned that he comes from a poor family. So, it's possible that the criminals approached him, asking by the time he discovered who they really were. He was in too deep. They had leverage on him, so he was forced to keep working for them.
That does make a lot of sense. It would definitely explain why he was so unwilling. No wonder he's so unsociable. He must be on edge all the time with a gang of crooks breathing down his... In that case, the situation could be... If Rawat was working with the escaped inmates, they're sure to know more about his whereabouts than us. Oh, there's a good chance they'll get to him before we do.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, he was last seen 2 days ago. If no one's seen him
2 days ago?
So he went missing right after that.
That was the same day he reported the criminals, too.
Don't worry, everyone. I believe we still have a chance. Since he disappeared right after blowing the whistle.
Yeah, he must have been worried that they'd come for him.
All the more reason to find him as soon as possible. The only lead we have at the moment is his mother's house, which you mentioned earlier.
Yep. When you register a brand, the Court of Fontaine requires you to provide a legal address. The one Rawat wrote down was in the...
Okay, then there's no time to...
All right, this should be the house.
Okay.
Sounds like whoever's inside has restricted mobility. Oh, it seems serious. Oh, what's the fast...
Break the door down?
No, I'll handle it. Let the expert deal with it. There'll be a mountain of paperwork. Calm down. Deep breaths. Remember your training. Control your strength. And... it's open!
Seeth, take a few people and lie in wait. Keep your eyes peeled for any activity around the house. The Traveler...
Oh, there. On the bed, there's an old lady. That's gotta be Rawat's mother, right?
We could try, but she is very ill. We mustn't
Well, doesn't look like Rawat's here.
Yep. Hello, ma'am. Might I ask if you're Rawat's mother? Hard of hearing, perhaps. Does anyone...
I have one here.
I'd like to show you a photo, ma'am. Is this your...
Looks like this isn't gonna work.
Well, looks like we're out of leads.
Is it possible he could have avoided returning here?
Maybe. But...
Guess so.
I suggest we all return there now. We found a good amount of useful information the first...
Sorry, officer, but could I stay here for a while? This page...
Of course. Traveler, stay with the head.
Also, I'd like some Marechaussee members to stay as well, and keep an...
Why's that?
If Rawat knows how serious his mother's condition is...
Got it. Okay. I'll tell the squad members in hiding.
Thanks for helping me out yet again, Traveler and Paimon.
No problem. But when you said...
Yes.
Oh.
Let me take care of a few things first. Could you pass me the...
Yeah, of course.
I can tell that her family has tried a lot of different treatment methods, including some very expensive medicines. Unfortunately, her condition is so...
Sijwin. I'm on
Yes. It makes in Amelazine's eyes. A human's birth, aging, sickness, But human medicine can defy that law to some extent. In that sense, but it was only after I truly became a doctor that I realized miracles don't always happen. Even the greatest doctors cannot cure all disease.
Sijwin.
Well, don't worry about me, Paimon. A doctor's duty is not to cure all diseases, but to treat whatever. At the very least, I can lower her fever. That way she'll suffer less.
Yeah. All the more reason to find Rawat as soon as possible, even if we don't catch those...
Oh, her fever is getting worse.
Sure, we're on the case.
Found the hot water?
Sure did. And look what, judging by this journal, it seems like Rawat has a private lab. There's a good chance.
Oh, that's great news. But the wet towel is ready. I'm giving you another injection. Are you feeling better now? It's all right. We'll go bring him back.
Thank you. It's Officer Morgan!
We came as soon as we heard the news. I can't believe we were so...
Don't blame yourself. Right now,
There's a mechanical door over here! Hopefully the instructions in Rawat's journal will help us open...
It's open. Let's go in.
How did they get in here? Captain, up ahead! Those look like our fugitives!
So they found this place too? Don't let any of them escape! You two!
another test subject.
I swear, it's for medical research. Yeah! Jump! Calm down!
Picked the wrong test subject.
Captain, according to our list, many of the fugitives aren't accounted for. There may be others hiding deeper inside.
So these guys were just
the Marashose Phantom.
Wait, it's that guard from the fortress.
That's right. I'm on your side. I mean, the Duke sent me. What's the matter? Some sort of mix-up?
Mr. Odilon, didn't I tell you a few days ago that you need to stop all field work until you—
Well, you know.
Officer Morgan, this man is an imposter. The real Mr. Odilon has no—
What?
Looks like the head nurse was right about the face-swapping method. Arrest them all! DuPont, stay here and keep guard. And watch the exit. If we're not back soon, call—
Got it.
So many jars. Was this some sort of production for this scent? It's probably the ingredients used to make— How come they're all empty? Did it sell so well that he ran out of supplies?
How strange. Why would Rawat choose to manufacture a popular product like that in such a difficult-to-reach, given our suspicion that he may have been coerced into the illegal drug trade? I would have thought that any production facility—
Perhaps Butterfly Dew is itself an illegal—
Do you have any evidence for that claim?
No, just a guess. We need to find Rawat as soon as possible. He has—
Understood.
Doesn't look like we're gonna get this door open. Let's find another way around. Yeah! This one's closed too! What's with those carts and tracks? Oh, maybe it's one of those doors that opens when it senses cargo passing through. There's a loaded cart right over there. Let's bring it to the door and give it a try. Don't slip and fall.
Time to shine! Keep lolling! Eat Papa! Get him! Shit!
Loaded. Shit.
This room's much smaller than the others. Judging by the implements on the table, this looks like a potion.
Head nurse! Over here!
Let's see. Huh? Robot's clothes. Perhaps they stripped him down, left the clothes behind. Yikes, Sijwin, where did that come from?
Oh, what a tragic way to go. Especially with such a...
There's a path leading further on, Officer Morgan. Let's... There's a whole bunch of people in there!
Are you serious? You're telling us that within a day, our faces are going to rot like yours?
Fontanian physiology changed dramatically after that great flood, and it's not as compatible with this face-changing solution as before. The side effects...
Why didn't you say anything before we all used it?
Look, my plan got you all out of prison, didn't it? You'd have much bigger problems to worry about right now if the Marshal Say Phantom found out about your other crimes.
Ugh. You're just lucky we didn't leave you in there after you disappeared on us with no warning. We only let it slide because we're former partners. And now you have the gall to pull a stunt like this?
Partners? Make no mistake, each of us is only looking out for himself. If you place too much, you hid things from me too. Remember how you each had a spare potion? You kept quiet about it until—
Oh, and you didn't have a secret spare? Then do you—
Guys, that's enough. Calm down. It is what it— What's the plan, Parton? I'm assuming you brought us here for a reason?
There is no plan. We followed him here on the promise of more juice. But it turns out there ain't a drop. Besides, what does it matter now anyway? He already said, even if we did get our hands on more of that stuff, switching faces again solves nothing. They're still gonna meld off eventually.
I said enough arguing!
The most practical solution is to continue using the potion. Keep switching to a new face before the ulcers can start.
Are you kidding me? This stuff was hard enough to get a hold of even when we had a supply. Now you're asking us to use it like skin lotion after the flood all but wiped the supply out?
Well, there is another option. But you'll have to make a deal with me first.
Okay, now we're talking. What's the deal?
I have a document I took from that researcher that details how to make a replacement. Just give me one bottle of the undiluted— What's the problem? I thought you always kept reserves.
What do you think? That we were shipping them into the fortress of Marip?
Well then, say hello to never showing your—
Ugh, I've heard enough! Get him! Let's see if that document—
Freeze! Marshal say Phantom!
What? Who let them in?
Officer Morgan, before anything else, please find out
What?
I don't see him. Hand over the hostage now!
Spare us your condescending attempts to coax us back to our cells. You think we're looking to negotiate? Rawat is
Hutton?
Arrest them all! Don't let anyone get away!
Don't slip and fall. Hold still. Don't be nervous. Just relax.
Let my name echo in song!
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Suffer the wrath of the pyroclastic surge!
I swear it's for medical research. Let's see. Let the world collide.
Get to work!
Huh. Gotta say, I never expected to see the head nurse in—
Some patients respond better to a more aggressive treatment.
Captain, we finished the head count. Potton's missing.
Over there! The door's—
one group trying to arrest me, another trying to hunt me down. Good. I gotta kill—
How did he get up there? There must be a secret passage somewhere.
Don't waste your energy. I already sealed it off.
How naive. We have more people outside. If we're not back out by the agreed time—
Well then, you'd better hope they get here.
There's some kind of gas leaking from the pipes. Be careful.
This is our distribution center, where we store the product derived from our source solution. We had to use special fire prevention methods to prevent— the pipe network here was designed to emit a gas for firefighting.
Why would you do this? Your partners are here too.
Oh, please. If they can't supply what I need, they're of no further use to me. Besides, I can't have him exposing my—
He's a maniac! Come on, we gotta find a way to open that door!
Go ahead, struggle in vain. Once the last of you croaks, no one will ever find me again.
Are you sure you're ready to leave, Potton? You haven't changed your
You can't cure my face, just give up.
And what if I could?
Nice try. You're just trying to stall me. Don't you worry about me. I'll find a way to cure my face once I get out of here.
Oh, I doubt it. After all, Fontanians— The key component of the face-changing potion is the fluid left behind by dissolved Fontanians. It might look like ordinary water, but it has some unique— Before the flood, all Fontanians were Oceanids, physiologically speaking. A potion made from that fluid could dissolve and reconstruct the face of a Fontanian in much the same way as hydroidolin. Theoretically, it could give someone any appearance they wish, but since the flood, Fontanians have become true humans. They can no longer—
Are you saying this potion is made from Fontanians'
How could you know all of this? No, wait.
It also means that I have a formula you're unaware of.
I might get to make a deal today after all. Alright, keep talking.
Oh, it's not a formula, but a finished product. I have a bottle of it.
What?
When I tried Rawat's skincare product, I noticed it had a certain special component in it. So I had my friends gather some other ingredients for me, and sure enough, I'm guessing his skincare lotion contains the fruits of your—
Huh. Impressive guesswork. Yeah, we were a supplier for some of the raw ingredients. But it only contains a tiny amount of the active ingredient. The effect is minuscule compared to the undiluted—
Well, I found a way to reverse the dilution process, giving the skincare lotion a similar effect to the fluid it is—
That's impossible.
If I tell you some of the ingredients, I think you can figure it out. First, you need to combine tainted hydrophantasm tissue with
Tainted hydrophantasms and transoceanic pearls.
So, can we make a deal?
Sounds good to me. There's a delivery pipeline beneath this window. Drop the potion in, and I'll release you all.
Nope, not trusting you that easily. You're like those naughty kids who try to hide their illness. Open the sluice gate first, then I'll hand you the potion.
Even if you're not bluffing, your potion won't cure my face permanently. You really think you have any leverage? I'm not closing the valve this time. Clock's tick.
Fine, then I'll just stand here with the potion in my hand. And when I faint from the poison—
No.
It's open!
Disable that sluice gate! Jam it! Don't let it—
That's more like it. And that—
Head nurse, there's too much poison gas in here. We have to leave, now!
That was too close. Oh, don't be too quick to sit down. Moving around a little— Same goes for you, Traveler. Oh, but flying fast is pretty tiring too, actually. Anyway, that's not important right now. Paimon's still shocked to learn that— Shame I ended up giving the improved version to Paimon after finally making it— No, please don't. Paimon doesn't want to use that stuff anymore. Still, it was a pretty good job that Paimon wanted to buy some in the first place, huh? It ended up sick. Yeah, Paimon was just kidding.
Head nurse, I've done a final head count of our team and the criminals. Everyone's here, and it's a shame that we didn't find Rawat.
What a horrible bunch. Especially that Paton guy. No, we wouldn't. I always keep a whole bunch of antidotes on me for emergencies. And one of them neutralizes that poison gas. We'd have been fine, even if you hadn't opened the gate. What? Then why did you give him the—
If this is true, I must concur. If he changes his appearance and flees Fontaine, it's unlikely that—
No, you don't understand. I gave him the potion precisely so we could be sure we're—
What do you mean?
We gotta hurry. She won't last—
move a muscle. I might be short, but I pack a mean punch. Captain, you're just in time. While I was lying in wait, I spotted this crook snooping around, trying to find a way in.
Oh, his face.
Are you Potton?
What?
This is how Potton looked before his face was marred. His current appearance matches the mugshot on his arrest.
Wait, so what's going on? Wasn't the whole point of the potion to disguise himself and escape Fontaine? What?
Enough of this nonsense. Let me in.
You better pipe down. There's an old lady in there who's very sick. No way are we letting a...
To heck with it. Listen to me. I'm Rawat. That's my mother in there.
He's gotta be lying, right? Rawat was a victim in all this. He was forced into it against his...
Forced against his will. Back when I was being coerced, everyone thought I was colluding of my own free will. And then when I actually became a criminal in my own right, you all suddenly thought, amazing what a difference a handsome face makes.
Save us the speech.
You want an explanation? Fine. I'll tell it how it is. When I was just Potton, the whole world treated me with contempt.
Ew. What do you want?
Women despise me.
Collaborate? You don't look like much of a researcher to me.
My peers scorned me.
Mr. Potton, was it? I'm most interested in your research. Consider my offer carefully. I doubt you'll find other investment.
Only villains would work with me.
You want out of the game? Forget about it. Turns out, I slipped up a little. Left your picture with some Marechaussee Phantom officers. Easy mistake to make. So I suggest you put any thoughts of running away to rest. If you get caught by the guards for being in the synth business...
There was no way out for me until I could stop.
Mr. Rawat,
I became popular with women.
This new potion you developed is fascinating. Genius, in fact. Would you consider working with me? I'd be happy to sign a licensing agreement.
My peers looked up to me.
Okay, I'm very interested in your research, sir. You must no doubt have offers from countless investors. So far be it for me.
And the villains even began to fear me. Becoming Rawat showed me what a superficial world we live in. But I did not hold a grudge. After all, this superficiality could be made to work, or so I thought. But alas, the world's... Mother, I'm back. How are you doing?
Who are you?
I bought the best medicine Mora could buy, but nothing would cure her illness. In the end, I hoped she'd at least be able to see her son one last time before she passed, but when everyone else rejected me, the only person who cared about me was my mother. Then...
I have to let her see me again. Even if it means donning my own wretched, ugly face. Well, is that enough explaining for you? Now do you understand?
Have you ever considered if you'll even be able to look? You found a way to completely change your identity. You could easily have escaped from...
Why would I want to give up on such a lucrative business? The profits were dozens of times that of the synth business, and it was all...
So you kept being a villain just for the money?
Villain? By what standard? Is doing evil deeds really what makes someone a villain in your eyes? Or does it all come down to the way they look? None of you have no right to judge me! You're all just fake people living in a hypocritical world! I regret nothing!
You're a villain to the core! Honestly, I don't see a villain when I look at your current face.
Don't humor me. You don't seem surprised by my confession in the least. How long have you known the truth?
I didn't know anything for sure until you chose to take that potion bottle and spare our lives. But if I had to confirm my suspicions. That's why I chose to join this
Are you kidding me? A young, promising researcher and a wretched criminal? What on earth gave you the idea that they could be one and the same person?
Well, there were no visual clues. This potion's face-changing effects are very powerful, but I believe I understand humanity a little better than most of my kind. Humans have certain fundamental qualities.
Fundamental qualities, huh? So most people probably don't know this, but I think I can guess what your deal is. Melazine constitutions are very close to that of water, so it stands to reason that you use it yourself, didn't you? That's why you have a human appearance.
Sijwin? Yes, you're right.
I'll bet it was back in the days when Melazines were discriminated against because of their... It was either carry on living in the gutters as part of an alien race cast out by humanity, or become the head nurse of the fortress of Meripede, revered by all. So you see, you and I were the same.
That's not important right now. You came here to see your mother, didn't you? Well,
Huh?
A head nurse. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Don't worry. Back in the warehouse, he was willing to risk sacrificing his only chance of escaping capture by opening the gate in exchange for the potion. Also, he could see his mother again.
I see.
So before you arrest him, please allow him to see his mother one last time. The Traveler and I will accompany him.
All right. I understand.
Mom? It's me, Potton. Your son. Mom, what's wrong?
I'm sorry, but I have some bad news. I examined your mother last time we...
What?
Your appearance no longer has any bearing on her ability to recognize you. But...
No, it can't be. Please, Mom, open your eyes. It's me, your son. I've done so much to get to this point. Please. No.
The temperature of his palm must have changed. I'm sorry. It seems I couldn't bring him back to you after all.
It's you?
Of course.
Mom, why will you answer her?
No more questions, Potton. She's gone.
Mom?
I'm sorry to say this, Potton, but you and I...
The wait is over, everyone! The sale of our new skincare product, Romaritime Essence.
Another skincare promotion! And it's selling as fast as last time. Wonder what people would think if they knew what was in the last batch. Oh, Sijwin's here too! Hey, Sijwin! Oh, Traveler Paimon, hello! Of course! Nurse's orders, right? Anyway, are you here to take notes for your next article? Actually, I'm mostly here to help Officer Morgan wrap up... Ah! That reminds Paimon. That stuff sold like crazy, didn't... Nope, there's nothing to worry about. Unless modified, Butterfly Dew is an excellent skincare... Besides, officers have already retrieved all Butterfly Dew purchased on the market. After consulting Monsieur Nervulette, I came up with a way to neutralize any harmful effects. So it'll evaporate naturally, without polluting water or... Wow! It's Sijwin to the rescue again!
Thank you for serving as our consultant, head nurse. All the butterfly dew we recovered has been disposed of, according...
Great! Good job,
Also, you mentioned you wanted a copy of Rawat's interrogation records. Well, technically, Potton's records. Anyway, I have them with me. After he saw his mother for the last time, it was like all his mental defenses came crashing down. He put up no resistance during the interrogation, and answered all our questions. We learned, apparently, The formula was something he discovered by chance while helping the criminal gang produce synth. Later, he came up with the idea to dilute. Their supplier was Vache. But you could also argue that they were the ones doing him. It made for a seamless collaboration. One man's
Vache again, huh? Is there...
Make no mistake. The crimes of Vache and his accomplices will come to an end. It's only since the flood cut off their supply of primordial seawater, they've been forced to resort to riskier methods, like using their private reserve to attack people on the street. After receiving numerous reports, we were able to zero in on the gang, and eventually...
That sounds more like it!
Based on what he told us in his confession, we pretty much had him backed into a corner. Even though he made a point of distancing himself from the gang, while disguised as Rawat, he tried to throw us off his tail by reporting his accomplices, giving him enough time to transform back into Potton. But there was one thing he hadn't anticipated. Even though Potton had been missing for a long time, we were...
So he tried this once before, huh? Guess he really did want his mother to see him again. Looking at the interrogation records, it seems like he spent the first sum of money he earned as Rawat on his mother's treatment.
Yes, which is why I suspect that his initial motive for using the potion, even so, he went too far.
I understand. Thank you for... Why did you want them anyway? Potton was one of my patients, so I need to put together a medical file for him. My teacher... Why are you still treating him like your patient? Isn't he... That may be true, but a patient is a patient, regardless...
One last thing, head nurse. Please, it would be for the best if most of Fontaine knows nothing of...
Of course, not to...
Thank you for understanding.
So, Sijwin, did you really use that potion? Why do you sound so surprised, Paimon? I told you all about... You mean that story about the... Yes, but... I know. There are some secrets I can't tell anyone about. But considering if... Before I tell you, though, could you follow me somewhere? Of course!
Light it up!
Oh, Nervalette and Rizli, they're here.
Good to see you, traveler. Paimon. I trust all has been going...
Big news, everyone. The Udex is out of his office on important...
Is that...
Why wouldn't they? Important...
Ah, yes, you're quite right. When someone you care about requires emotional support, being there... After reading the Maréchal Phantom's reports, I had a feeling a trip here might be in order.
Take note. That, my friends, is how Monsieur Nervalette shows that he cares. We're both...
So the old friend she mentioned was her teacher then? The witch? Oh, sorry. Paimon didn't mean to be rude. It's only because Sijwin calls her that all the time, so...
I doubt she considers that title to be offensive.
Indeed. In fact, I believe Sijwin would take it as a sign of affection. She has spoken of this. In those days, many people harbored prejudices against Melusines.
Wow. It's really nice of you two to be here for Sijwin. Yes,
Younger colleague. Well, that might be true for the Udex. Sijwin served a sentence in the fortress of Meripede hundreds of years ago. And after she did her time, strictly speaking, the head nurse has been around longer than most people in the...
She served a sentence?
Yes. Long before I became Udex, there was an ancient law in Fontaine that prohibited any... Initially, I and most researchers believed this law to have been imposed due to ethics, but now, it seems more likely that the law was nothing more than an insurance policy, a way for Egeria to ensure that her people would remain insulated from the truth, thus enabling them to lead more straightforward...
Ignorance is bliss, as they say.
Sijwin had her reasons for choosing to obtain a human form, but the act was nonetheless...
Could you tell us a little bit more about what happened back then?
Certainly. Sijwin does not object to her close friends learning about her
Even with their daughter so ill, they kicked you out? Stubborn as always. And prejudice isn't... Shame that I don't have the energy to get over there.
Master,
I discovered a strange disease. One I suspect that every Fontaine... I had no choice but to experiment on myself to find a cure. But I hit a wall.
Then I'll find a cure for you.
There's no need.
But, Master...
As I said before, a doctor's duty is to
I know, but...
That girl.
I'll do whatever it...
Even if it means breaking the law.
As long as I don't hurt anyone.
Then I shall make one more final gamble. And see my experiment. If I am able to work this miracle, then I will have found a way to save all fun. If not, then it means there is one more disease in this. I will leave you a parting gift. An accidental discovery happened upon through my study of this strange disease.
When Sijwin returned, the mirror, she found a potion bottle and a note on the table. After using the potion as instructed, she gained her... And after I had confirmed the veracity of the events...
So that's what happened.
I fear Sijwin only understood the full story after the truth about the dissolution of Fontaine. When I reflected on all this with that knowledge in hand, I felt a deep sense of regret. As after the final details of the events surrounding Sijwin's transformation came to light, I checked several...
Wonder how she feels.
Since she invited you here, I imagine she intends to speak of these matters with...
You're here. The old friend I mentioned was my teacher. When she passed, her body was nowhere to be found. Sijwin, the witch who gave you the magic potion... Sounds like Monsieur Nervillette. After learning the truth, it must have been... Well, to be honest, after But she was planning to sacrifice... That's just who she was. If lying is what it took to get a kid to take their medicine... Alright, but... I broke the law, simple as that. My teacher made her True. It's just... The way Potton framed it when you're not like him at all, and everything Nervillette said and yet, you were still convicted and thrown in prison. Unfair? I happen to think just the opposite. If I hadn't served that time, I'm not sure I would have been... What makes you say that? I knew you'd be curious. Let me The verdict came down. This Melusine is guilty. The Udex defended the authority of Fontaine law, but he did not confiscate the Melusine's medical kit. And so, the Fortress of Meripede gained a new little doctor. She still wore her hood and raincoat, even though it never rained in the fortress. Perhaps thanks to her human appearance, no one refused her treatment. She treated more and more patients, and her sentence grew ever shorter. Finally, the people of the fortress could not live without her, and though her sentence ended, she did not leave them either. Then one day, she received an invitation from the outside world. The location seemed familiar, and when she arrived, an old lady was waiting for her. She saw right through the Melazine's disguise, but didn't reveal it. Instead, she asked a question.
Tell me, why do you think you gained the respect of so many people, despite being a Melazine?
Because I look like a human?
It's been 50 years, Sijwin, and you haven't aged a day. I think everyone knows you are not human. I finally found you, after all these years. I still remember, you know. It was you who saved me that night.
But how? I was no longer a Melazine by then.
Does it really matter if you're human or Melazine? I remembered the warmth of your palm. It's quite unmistakable. And you know what? It hasn't changed one bit. You don't have to hide anymore, Sijwin. These days, everyone wants to make friends with Melazines. And I think that it's all because of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say this until now, but thank you, Dr. Melazine.
Now that's an ending Paimon can get behind. After hearing everything Potten said, I wanted to tell him that it didn't matter who I tried to treat him. But I understand. Oh, it's nothing. Oh, there's one more reason I invited you here. In order to restore the appearances of the face-swapping victims, the Marechaussee Phantom gave me special permission to make a few bottles of the... we don't need it though. Well, even if you chose to destroy it, I still thought I should give it to you first. Well, fair enough, but anyway, still. If this is the very last bottle in all of Teyvat, getting rid of it would feel like kind of a waste. Melazine physiology wasn't affected by the Great Flood, right? So that means the potion should have a permanent effect on you. And after all, from a Melazine point of view, Paimon bets... Paimon, after everything, what was Paimon thinking? You made up your mind a long time ago. Yeah, let's just leave it to me. I'd like to stay here with my teacher. The show begins!
Fulfill our pact! Rise with the sun! Light of the blazing sun! Get into the shadows. Hunt them down. Get to work. You two. Time to shine.
Все, ребята, заканчиваем. Всем спасибо за просмотр, за подписки, за лайки. С вами был Фертус. Сегодня мы прошли с вами истории Клоринды, Ризли и Сиджвин. На следующей серии мы с вами продолжим. Осталось совсем чуть-чуть. Вот. Так что на этом все. Всем удачи, всем пока и до новых встреч.